think she might be the one. Oh, it'll make so many people mad. It's like, God dang it. Smart Falcon takes the lead. Summer Brzezinski in the middle of the race just blasts by him. It's kind of like how I've seen Box Jean would do it too. Box Jean would get her ult off and pass people at the very end. But Summer Brzezinski's will be a lot easier to translate than Box Jean.
I'm good.
Migraine? What? Really?
I appreciate it.
Migraine prevents mood ups, doesn't it?
But I gotta handle it.
Killing the game.
Yep. I got this handled.
We're gonna have to
Just like it's my first stream
we're gonna live with it, I guess, maybe.
on here, so
Oh man. This is gonna be bad.
I'm gonna give it some time first
We get one shot to get
before I
rid of this
do
thing.
anything.
What a time to get a migraine. Oh no, we don't have anything in between every guy. We have freaking 4 races in a row here. Oh, she's gonna be pissed off. We may have to freaking do the Infermi like twice in a row. Alright, I'll see you still, Chris. Alright, let's. Which one did I do? I get screwed on this like near perfect run because of migraine. Oh my god. Okay, we did the Japan Cup. So we're doing the Mile Championship. Take focus. Early lead. Final push. Screw it, we'll take Moxie. We are ready to go. And then we gotta hopefully cure the stinking migraine in one turn. Or she's gonna be racing in an awful mood. Come on, cure it. Okay. Good. Oh man, it's tight. Let's get her in a better mood. Hopefully, give me some energy. Please give me energy. Okay, at least we're in a good mood. Oh, it's gonna be really tight. I think we're good. But it's gonna be really close. I'm pretty sure we're good. Unless things go terribly wrong. Yeah, it's gonna be like just barely over 600. We're at 62, 63. Oh my god. What are our relationships with everybody? I got her maxed. We've got the one girl maxed. I'm pretty sure we're good. Pretty sure we're good. That's gonna be barely over 600.
Looking good.
And then we're gonna
Stay
get
outside.
We're gonna get Guts 1 star. So what am I worried about?
Go outside. Go outside. Come on.
There's 12. We need 30.
There you go. There you go.
There's 17. 27. And there we are. We're over 30.
Man. Condor's power mixed with slick surge. God dog, boy. Y'all saw her start skirting. She ain't started moving. She started skirting. Like she started running so fast she was skipping frames.
Got it. All right. Here it is. How bad is she? I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it. Oh my god, I did it. Holy crap, I did it. I've done it. 2-star groundwork, front runner straightaways, final push, fast pace, straight ahead, Hanshin Jaya, Japanese Derby, Okasho, Hanshin race course on there, and it's a 3-star stamina. 2-star medium, and it's not as good as I'd like there. I've done it. I did it. I got something. This was the run. And we won almost every race that we can without manipulation. Crazy. We've got our grandparent. Only would have given me URA, but it is what it is.
Tall as shit.
Borrowing something that has URA.
She is tall than a muff.
Her 3, standard 3. We are good. All right. Nice. You are getting a good carrot there. We are ready. We're ready to start making parents now, baby. We're going to open the parent making factory. And guess what? Thomas Rhett, did you know that thanks to Marathon Rewards, you can be earning rewards on every fuel purchase up to 5 transactions a day with no limit how much you pump? Probably expensive to sign up, right? Yes, again, it's free. So download the Marathon Arca Rewards app. Sign up for free and reward yourself.
But this is like it's interesting that you have something like this, right? The third and fourth corner is like a mini straight almost. Is that actual like show, right? Game for racetrack list. Where is the Shuki show? Is that Kyoto? Where is Shuki show? Yeah, Kyoto, right? I feel like it's even wider.
大歓声の中、6番の柴木大学が一気に外から前の角度を捉えている。この10番のトラビレス、状況が
If you just look over here, she's pulling away. Oh my gosh. They're not even close, dude. Number 7, though, wow. That's too crazy to run up by number 7. I don't know what number 7 is. Crazy.
Come on, baby.
And after winning the trophy, RNA challenge
Gas one down. Gas one down.
second place finish behind Equinox. However, plagued by injury, she struggled to win a race. Desperate for a G1 victory, her team sent her on consecutive overseas races. Perhaps as a result, she
You.
suffered an injury during a race and had to consecutive overseas race would do it, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say like that. Like she's not even down, dude. Yeah, I don't want to hear those cries. That's down. Okay, I don't want to think about this crying. Oh god, that's really tough. Yeah, that's really tough. Oh, yeah, not good. Not good. Anyway, that was over the island. That's luck. I can't do the like the death whales or the death screams because I've heard that before and it's not good. It brings back really bad, not good memories. Not good. Anyway, keep up.
That makes sense to go for 17 there with 11 power when I can go for what 20 about 23 guts, 10 power, and a few points less on speed.
I don't know why so many people want every watch force getting guys. I don't think there are people. I'm not sure what you're saying there. I know what it's all about. Oh, Rudolph. Beautiful. Serious eyes. Look at her expression. Yeah, dude. Unfortunate.
FlexCar is the world's first ever month-to-month car lease.
I'm trying to get groundwork on every character I can.
Without signing your life away. you'll never buy a car again.
Party's original bag in the back now with even more full-size sandwiches to choose from. The spicy chicken sandwich, hot ham and cheese, hand-breaded chicken tender wrap, or charcoal double cheeseburger. Mix and match anything and fries in a drink. Just $6.99.
The water? No! That's not good.
Bad tail. And then she feeds it to her. Oh, that's nasty.
Air Shakur? Wait, Air Shakur has like the most
Ew.
sort of like animation. Oh, you can't do that. Well, I don't get it. Is it pork? Is it pork broth? Is it miso? Bro, what? Okay. I want ramen.
Right, here we go.
That is very, I don't know, not expected from these type of cooking videos. I didn't expect that. Oh shit.
Yo. Yo.
Okay. Is this actually in the game?
Who my lord Goshi.
Reacting to the story? I don't ever, I skip everything. And let me, you're lightning to Jack for my crown for this good strong massage my health. Oh my god.
Yep. There's Paso.
Just step on him. No, and it's for a back massage, guys. It's for a back massage, okay? You never had like, I don't know, your smaller siblings or cousins just step on your back? Oh yeah, no, I've seen that side. Sorry, I what? I like this song. Some like Hudson and People song. Both the way song.
Come on, baby. Running good. We're running good. We're at the front of our pack. Position Pilfer. Nice. But we need to go outside, not inside. Swing out. Swing out.
form until I cleared out without reaction.
I think we're gonna get them. Here we go. Wet training. Woohoo! Just enough. Just enough. Yeah, baby. Come on, baby. Bring it home. Oh, yeah. Champion. Champion.
And he's selling people of joy. Damn. I was just saying, worse than that. Maybe you have that hair. It is the national anthem.
Oh, man. Ah, dang it. I hit the button too slow. I forgot about the golden ticket. Ah, man. My first one with her.
March. Dream Journey is number 8. Dream Journey is number 8. Okay. I don't think we know anyone else. Royal. Yeah. Number 3, Namura Masu. No. Okay. Alright. And Meyer Yaoda. No, I don't think. No. Kusaichi. Wait, Kusaichi. No. Kusaichi Holo. Okay. Asakusa Kings. Asakusa Kings. Yeah, I don't think. Victory. That's a good name. Nope. Okay. Number 3, vodka. Kusaichi Holo. Okay, like don't. Yeah, there you go. Saichi, Wanda. Okay, R10, I guess.
Good parent.
What's R11? Oh, race 10 for that game, I guess. Right?
Oh, really?
Okay. And Fire Aura, Sunset Flint. The only one you know is Dream Journey, who finished fifth. Yeah, who finished fifth. Alright. Someone was saying the gold Odyssey.
She didn't get growing spark either.
I didn't know Dream Journey was a mare. Wait, no, I'm sorry. There you go. Number 3. odds of audio winning? She started off in the box. I mean, she's still in a pretty rough position. Behind all these, you know, there's a lot of people, a lot of horses to get through right here. Yellow, 10.5. She's second one on. All right. Now, starting to round up the fourth corner. Here they come. It's always the last corner. Top of the stretch. She's still right here. She still has a lot to cut through. Now she's starting to go. She's going turbo mode. We're not even looking at her, dude. And she's right there. She's number 3. She's second. She's first.
With the new Blue Apron, you don't have to subscribe. Get delicious meals on the table.
She pumped iron. She hit the pump. Did she pump? She pumped. She cut and dried. She traveled the pulse. Yeah, she hit that pump though. She hit that pump though. God damn. Experiencing a mile. Experiencing a mile or late turner? Oh yeah. Dominated that one. An insane performance. I think it is a mile. Yeah. On your left. On your left is the late turner acceleration skill. The late surge, the late race acceleration skill. The first pair is 63 years. The Japanese Derby. She's just vibing. She's just vibing this. She knows who won. Check right here. It's just English. I want English.
まあ、いい勝負をするだろうなと思ったんですけど。まあでも、最後に抜け出してもあとは、
It didn't work.
やっぱダメですか。ダービーに挑戦
The Emperor was there? Was the Emperor there? He found us
そ
someone.
うですね、まあ別に、驚きはしなかったですけどね。そういう可能性を秘めてる馬だと思ったんで、いいチャレンジだと思
Why
い
do they
ます。
all look like they're teenagers? Well, I mean, I guess maybe because of their small I don't think he looks like a teenager. But they do have small statures, right? They have to be a little short. They have to be light.
では、どんなことを考えていたんでしょうか。やっぱり、ね、ずっと牝馬なので、ちょっとナーバスになりますし、やっぱり入れ込んで、
Oh, there's the subtitle final.
どうちやっぱり馬にね、リラックスして、進めればね。いや、まあ、幸い、極めたったのが、1日目で、
Jamar? What?
ことがしたいなと。本当その通りになりましたし。
His wife could go out of the house, but it really did turn out that way. Dang.
そうですね、まあ、で
Or
まあ、僕自身はね、ヒンバイのミュージックじゃなくて、あえても、そこがだと思うんですけど、
maybe he was talking about Iraq. I don't know.
ナビが3着が続いていました。こうしてナビショッキング。今のお気持ちいかがでしょうか
So shockingly, no, I think that was jockey. The AI is not working. Anyway, insane race. Insane. What an insane race. Alright, what is this one? Uma Lin? The two wolves inside of you? What is this? Fire Emblem Shadows?
Okay, so far. So we have Lin. So it kind of definitely made Lin more forced considering her like backstory, but the fact that this is Alex and kind of like what Musume is out, it's never not gonna be fun. Okay? I love Lin. Also, she has gold cheese and stupid fucking cheer mufflers.
What is this? Is it AI?
I don't think they would have been able to draw her hairstyle without the ears. These striped pants have like eyelids with cat ears. There's horse ears. It's a monster.
Is it? Okay, yeah, it's not cat ears. Whoever that chatter is, you gotta ban them.
Oh, the outfit is baller. Banger. Absolutely beautiful. This
Is
is
this fan art? Is she reviewing fan art?
actually her costume from in-game. They didn't really change the design much. I believe that's one of my favorites, though. She's so pretty. Love the hair color, the giant ponytail. The fact that like the dress is broken super short. I'm super obsessed with this design for Lin. It also has like the classic Fire Emblem big t-shirt robe design. They use this a lot. It is
I think
kind of
Lin typically wears this, doesn't she?
you're a horse. You've never done that.
What's Fire Emblem Shadows? What is Fire Emblem Shadows? Is that a real Fire Emblem? Shadows of Valencia? Wait, is Lin in Fire Emblem? This is official? Bro, they made this with the AI. Bro, they made this with the AI. You're telling me this is official? Nah. You know, they were always saying, like, game developers are using AI without telling you. This is made by AI. 100%. No way. No shot. No shot. Why did they make her a horse girl? Why did they make her gold ship? What? This is real? This is real? Wait, what? Shadows is different from Shadows of Valencia. It's a horrible mobile game. Okay, well then that makes a little more sense. That makes a little more sense. Mobile game is Fire Emblem Shadows on Google Play. I play Fire Emblem Shadows official launch trailer. What the fuck is this? 5 days ago? Wait, this is recent?
Light and shadow. Shadow steers the light. I must choose between them. Trust no one.
Wait, are they all? Why do they have animal ears? Are they all kimono meaning? Wait, no, they're not. Oh, wait, no, that guy has wings.
I'm the one.
What the fuck was that transition?
Time
Is that a dog? They're all furry?
choose light
What? Wait, he's a dog.
or shadow. Take on fast-paced, real-time battles.
Oh my god. No, what is this? What the fuck? This isn't even cute. It's just dumb looking.
Real-time battles.
Bro, they got like the fucking, like, they got the Funko Pop character designers, dude.
And battles.
What?
Two light disciples. And one shadow disciple. But it's more than simple combat. The shadow disciple is a traitor.
They 100%, you guys understand this, right? They 100% used AI to make that art then. Like it's like a 200%. This is AI slop.
Fight for the light and work out the timer. Or undermine the light as an agent of shadow.
They never confirmed it. You don't need them to confirm it. You don't.
And when everyone's true nature is revealed, the real battle begins.
Wait, what? Friendly fire? Among Us?
The choice, even if betraying everything, discover or disappear. Yet once you decide,
Wait, I don't understand. Like, how does the Among Us come into play?
the shadow
Was that how?
available.
Wait, explain. What? What? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Why? Why is this Among Us? Why is this Among Us mobile pass? As if like Fire Emblem didn't actually have a pretty decent mobile game, right? Excuse me. Really, that's about that. There's Fire Emblem. There's a Fire Emblem mobile game that was actually pretty decent, I would say. But not this one. The Switch game. This is a mobile. Nintendo Hard Pass. Nintendo. I don't think Nintendo really deserves like that bad of a rap. But this is it's not that good. Heroes, yeah, Fire Emblem Heroes. Yeah. Don't worry about it. What if you was a trader? Play it. It is on mobile. Hold up. It is on mobile. What is this? This is Fire Emblem Shadows, a trader in your midst. AI's flop, dude. There's no shot. There's no shot, dude. This is AI's flop. Why is there a betrayer? What does it mean? What does it mean? Someone in your party is a traitor. You only have a few minutes per battle to figure out who. What? So you can gotcha. You can get like a 5-star, and then your 5-star can be like the traitor. It's just silly. This is dumb. And then there's Uma Liz.
Like, what animal could it be? But then I remember other game is what it is and like it's not. Let's see how I think are people.
Wait,
Yeah, baby. I was really worried.
they gave her horse legs? Oh my god. Wait, actually, it's kind of big.
Oh, we got what? We got groundwork from Gold Ship with a level 3 hit.
Oh, daddy.
Wait, so they're all furries? Oh my god. Anyway, I think we only wanted to talk about the Lynn part, but wow, that's wild. That's wild that they made like Lynn into gold ship. They just literally made her into gold ship. Holy shit, that's or dark version. I, no. It's the betrayer. The traitor is the dark version, and otherwise you're the light version, right? I think that's what it is. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Anyway, I need to take a quick test. Holy shit! I'll be right back. Guys. That'd be kind of a bitch if I was like joking about it. Alright, I'm back. Okay. What do we got? Thank you for actually looking at. Uma Musume mods are getting weird. I think I've seen this before. But yeah, in 30 seconds, I guess. Take a look at it again. You got Jububu as
Is in the
Machigana
front, yeah.
Takamoita. I do have Jububu, so I couldn't have these mods. The fact that you have Corin's like face. I guess it's not really the eyebrows of Bryce Shower. It does not fit. It just does not fit. It didn't even change her like tone. It's good that she's on the Mambo though. She's on the Mambo. She's so cute. Mambo is the popcorn dog. I need this mod. I would like that mod too. What the fuck? Oh wait, no. Okay. We're good on that. Good. What is this? Okay. Those are carrots. All the carrots Red New has bought to roll Umas. That is pretty accurate. I mean, I wonder. I mean, that could be right. Because you have carrots of 1,000. So I mean, or I guess. What? I don't know. 100. It might be at this point. Possibly. Anyway, don't tell me how much on 1,000 carrots. Your world money. I don't want to know. Almanac Mambo. We don't have Mambo. That's gonna be our new Mambo when we this way. But I think we said that's right. Almanac is pretty. She is. I don't know what her personality is like at all. Cute final boss. She looks very gay. Does she? I don't know, like, because I don't even know if that's like actually her or just like a number or like a mod, I guess. Oh shit. Okay, look, artist loves Uma Musume. Kinky reviews Uma. You can skip if it's too long. Thanks. Well, I can skip if I want, no matter what. But I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know that. This is an hour. That's one way.
Good morning, every Tony. I was like, no, absolutely not. No. We don't want that. No, we don't. Like, it's those special birds. You know, like, no.
We don't want Sonic and bullshit.
You know, like, no. Absolutely not. No.
Wait, no. I think it's not just Sonic. Every pony is Uma Musume and My Little Pony, and I do not want My Little Pony. No, that's
You know, like, no. Absolutely not. No. We don't want that. No, we don't. Like, it's those special birds. Those sports are very good. Those fetishy ways possible as well.
is it? Do bronies lose the ponies? I don't think bronies
maybe.
I thought, I assumed that they were pretty wholesome about their dates in the phone. I assumed. I guess I was wrong.
All right, I'm back.
They're based off of actual, like, they didn't just take stupid names.
Was that my bits or her bits?
Trivia. Thank you for writing it wrong. Describe the big thing. Fun trivia. Subscribe to my channel. Oh, that's so cute. Alex Tapion. What the fuck are the names? This has to be a scientist work. You cannot run with a sleeve. Both of the outfits are not in all practical movies, but they're so cool, so it's okay.
True.
Wait, I know who you are. Are you a psycho horse? Like the Yandere horse? No, Yandere.
If you look at it through like a
Fire.
graph,
So cozy. The sleeves are ridiculous. Like she's wearing a really cozy sweater and fucking leggings underneath. Also, she
Always
has
go for the three piece. Ooh, got speedy there too.
This one might not be the fastest of it, right? She has the fucking roids to make up for it, you know? I love her hairstyle. And one of my favorite things about these.
so we're reacting to someone's reaction on the design.
Human fucking ears. These are true different ladies. They're actual horse girls. Someone from the horse and then
You know how
I
many
don't know
are
what's the anime. They really do act like Omori is the most fun to
Anyone who will love to project that gun is the other end.
Yeah, this default close is telling me I'm
Yeah. The psychos. Or like all yanderes are psychos, but not all psychos are yandere. And I think that's what it is, right? So that's. I mean, it's easy to see why people make the leap.
And Logan, the fucking randomly, here you go. Oh, caballo. The actual horse in there. That is so cute. I'm telling you, boy. Look at that. Look at that. They're horrifying. I've never been near to a horse. They're super gorgeous. Oh my god. And this lab coat is Nomura as fuck. Oh, I love that. Also, fun fact, a lot of people.
Nomura is in like Kingdom Hearts. I guess so. There are a lot of zippers and these are very edgy, sort of little,
It's really tough to wear hikes because they're putting the bulk of their weight on the balls of their feet, which is the front of your foot for you, and that's where the horseshoes are at. Oh, she doesn't have hands. Oh, okay. We don't have hands. No hands. At all. I mean, it's a horse. She doesn't have hands. Still, fun fact, I love the anime also because they were on normal
sorry, edgy boy.
So, like,
I love their zippers.
on a horse.
Very, very true.
Fully, bro.
Major Ryan.
What are these names? You do your credit though. You look like a horse. Also, if anybody
What the fuck? What the fuck? I wouldn't say she looked like a horse.
no, full reading model.
Alright, she don't look
like this one. I know your piece in the right, no horse, left in the horse, colors, I really dropped the colors. Even the shoes, they have like different colors, the shoes will be different. Oh, so you use the drop piece to design, so that's so cool.
Yeah.
Outfit wise though, it looks super cool. I love the blazer with like bright colors. There's not a color here, but the difference it does have especially in the shorts. Again, is this practical? No. Is it a normal?
Yo, the lead lava for the prime show 3 months in a row. Thanks so much. Prime here, I appreciate you.
Is that really why they have like so many days? Thank you for the super chat. Then what the fuck is Kennedy Razor Fortnite?
You point out go Fortnite bar somewhere.
Really funny. But the vibe here is definitely like pop boy. Run.
Wait, how does she have a model viewer?
And I see everybody love the short hair. They all
like
run super fast.
even the Cavs.
And I see everybody love the short hair.
They run body
like the horsepower in the hair, which is a really nice touch too. God, these funky leather belt outfits are so fast. Sexy also. It's a nice touch. Really, really nice touch.
think so? So, try just moving your hands away from your eyes. I don't know what that is.
And it has like the little white beads also I love.
Is that Metro Ryan?
It's not bad, honestly. I'm not like horse racing. I'm looking at God. Like, you're very good at a horse.
You got all the racewear, that whole event outfit.
Oh my god, that's so
How can it make you
Oh, that's so hero level.
I guess we can do that as a
Oh my
goal.
god, did it have
We could go bottle tour and kind of like mimic this video. This one got a lot of views.
Overall, though, this is one of my favorite things so far. It's not because it's big.
Notable.
It's really well put together. And I love it.
Table.
And I do like the vibe. 50 heads, though.
Oh, they get the animation too?
Some people have much bigger ears than others. Some people have like really tiny little baby ears. But if you watch the show,
Wait,
like it's
okay, someone tell me how the fuck.
it's the weaker horns. I'm sorry. Like, she's so cute, but she won nothing. But she's so cute.
What did you call her?
Everything about this.
What did she call a cat with a fish?
Is fucking unhinged.
Loser?
And, like, all of it is like different shades of pink. Like light pink that's almost white, darker pink, bubblegum pink, pink in the eyes, fucking pink undertone in the skin tone. This thing is like me incarnate. It's just so pink and it's the shortest horse we've seen so far too. So Hara is wearing Japanese. It used to be a thing in Japan, but like now they don't use them for sports anymore. And
No.
Japan.
So basically every mayor wears bloomers. That's why she's wearing it. Their training outfits, every mayor will wear bloomers. Every foal or I guess horse, male essentially will wear shorts.
Right? These got fetishized in anime. Like so fucking much, not even funny. Look at her. Oh my god! The outfit for it was pink! Oh, that's so sweet! Oh, where's her Elmer's blue hat? Hers still alive. I'm joking. She's totally still alive. People have
No, she's not.
She's
She's not alive.
This video was outdated.
It's still alive and what's up. You know what? Pretty good. I think that the horses that win are the ones that tend to get injured more because they push themselves harder. So Haru's still with us early on. She won at life because she got to retire. She's still fucking alive, and everybody says her president. Like if you put something like this in DK, it would be like they would have made it like the most like overtly sexual thing.
Abs out, pussy out.
And it's just but just goes to show that the art style and the way that you draw a character says a lot about the intent of the game. You know, like for Hans, I think that the intention is just sport. I also like her headband, victory, which we never got.
Don't say That's how DK draws their characters. That's how DK draws their characters. Don't say You know how they draw it.
This is the perfect title fit for this horn. The cute fucking baggy overalls, like a pink shirt and like a really, really dark pink Converse. Can we like treasure this child, please?
Are these actually called Converse? Like, because like you can't just it can't be like one. Converse is a brand, right?
We like fucking.
Because I know Converse sneakers or shoes, right? They look like this, but I feel like it's like over the brand. It's not just the brand. Chuck Taylors. I call them Chucks. Chuck Taylors. Chuck. Oh yeah. They're Converse. Converse Chuck Taylors.
Can we like fucking protect her forever though? She's the best. Look at her. Oh my gosh, so far, pacing, she's one of my favorites. I'm really glad that everybody loves her. And
Why is there a spike?
overall vibe is the
like Machikana Hitaru's design is, I don't know, not enough, especially for a G1 outfit. It's just they, you know, especially for a G1 outfit, I would say.
I agree. I bet that like the actual ones was like, and look at the actual horse. Look at that. The jockey with the actual color. That is very, very cute. Look at that. I love the backpack. That lucky cat backpack.
Kind of stupid lucky cat in every fucking Asian restaurant on the fucking counter.
Everything. It's somehow perfect. But like, yeah, now that I know what her name is, the design choices are actually perfect. Because she has a lot of classic Japanese good luck charms on her person. She has the lucky cat.
Oh, I never noticed that. She has like the charms. Wallet charms. I don't have my wallet on me. Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, I have that. I forgot what this charm is for. I ain't gonna lie. I forget what this charm is for, but I have that. Yeah. If I look it up. I don't know. Cat, tell me what this one for hair growth. Okay, fuck.
She has the luck charms on her hips.
Venom.
She has the Nico pattern on the socks. I kind of love that. Give my horse bigger kids. So we're going above and beyond to fit the design.
What did you say? Give me horse. What? Hold on. Go back.
She has the luck charms on her hips. She has the Nico pattern on the socks. I kind of love that. Give my horse bigger kids. So
Right, yeah.
we're going above.
But I think it's sorry, I heard something way different. It's like a what do you call it? Not a wide scale. It's apparently fake.
Above and beyond to fit the design to the name.
What you're
Because
repeating
if
it,
you
it's
just
long,
design
yeah.
based off the horse and the jockey, there's not much stuff to do. They have like
That said, like the spirit is there, right? Like Vodka's design does seem to be very like it's diametrically opposed to Daiwa's design, right? One is very guy, one is very super girly. And I mean they are super feminine, right?
obviously. But when you actually use the name design character around it, you can do a lot of stuff. Oh, that's super cute.
Don't you diss my vodka? Vodka's design is I don't know, like tomboyish, right? Whereas Diamond Scarlet is like in no way, shape, or form you say her album tomboyish.
Like they're very fashion forward, but their clothing is usually pretty conservative, if that makes sense. Like they don't wear stuff that's super form fitting or like super duper cute skirts.
Nope.
Like
They're
they're
very nice.
so like a perfect outfit to go on stage. Not to run. Oh, the cat was perfect. No, 1950s for this silhouette is one of like as a girly, the best thing you can wear for your figure. Because it makes your hips look bigger, it makes your waist look slimmer, and that in turn you make your shoulders look more narrow. When it comes to putting together outfits that show off the female figure, you can't really go wrong with a silhouette like this. Not every body type can wear something like this.
Learn
So
something
it
new.
does flatter her.
King Halo has really good
Especially
outfits.
if like wide shoulders.
You like King Halo's outfits.
I love her.
Yep.
Oh, I know those.
Look at what's up. Mario knows up.
I love this stupid thing to fill. The real horse was an asshole, and the anime horse is yeah, it matches. Gold Chick is a thing. It's a creature. It's a fucking horse.
He's so tall.
Was meant to be more powerful than it let on because I think Gold Chick is still alive and it sticks around constantly.
Sticks around is one way to describe the fucking love that you get.
Also, look at the fucking
That's what I was saying, man.
Also,
We probably should do this ourselves.
Win a ticket,
but
bro.
like the boot belt is kind of right
Why
now.
winning ticket?
The
I
Blue
had
Bell
this,
is
bro. Why?
okay. It looks like a mini app.
So
The Blue Bell is insane. It is like it's kind of funny how I mean also the Blue Bell is like super Gooner bait, but at the same time this character doesn't like say Gooner like at all anywhere. Everywhere else, her whole persona, her whole aura is not Gooner. That this Blue Bell, no one even notices that she has a fucking like belt around her boobs, around her tits. Oh, look at the fucking belt. Yeah, the horse. Yes, we do notice. Okay, I never noticed. That's fucking. She's incredibly tall. I legit didn't notice. Wow.
She has one of the best a little bit sad, but she has one of the fucking nicest fits in the game. Like, for me, if I want
I
to
legit never noticed that.
I
There
want
you go.
her, those are my favorite ones.
There you go.
Thank you for the super chat. You know what? This horse looks like he loves you.
He loves a lot.
So, fun fact, the real Dolce has taken camera lens before, so, and that's how you can see that she has horse
a lot.
yeah.
She's so happy about it though. Dolce has like
Holy crap. Come on, baby. Give me that 73. Huge. Huge. Somehow I could fix it.
This looks like a 30-year-old woman.
99%.
Yes.
Oh, and it's also like a little front top with a flared face.
Actually, I look.
Ready? Ready for what? Comes the learning for what actually happened. Utter fabrication. Did you know you did this? I did not do this. You did this to yourself. I don't feel comfortable having this conversation with you anymore. You're supposed to make it.
The shoes, the socks, little baby short shorts. She's giving fire pilot almost a little bit. But yeah, no, it's such a good fit. It's a great color scheme. The accessories are awesome.
Sorry, I'm like,
And
sweet, what do you want? What is it? I replied to you.
Thank you for the super chat. Okay, she's a romantic. That's sweet. Thank you for the super chat. She's a fine by the way. Fuck yeah! Nice warm tones all around. Even the green has a warm undertone. Nice, really good orange hair. Head empty. I love the yellow details here and there. I wish the shorts were different colors. I almost thought they were skin for a second. But other than that, it's a great fit. Oh, that horse is adorable. When runs, they win. Not bad. Really long tail.
Okay, focus good. Kind of needed that. A little bit.
Is this one still alive? Guys, it doesn't make any It's such a good horse. Oh my god, that is perfect. It's so cute. It's perfect. That even gonna ignore the weird bunching up from the fucking clothes slider not working. That is such a good outfit. Oh my god, I love it. It's so fashionable. I don't know what I like better. The dress, the turtleneck, or the fucking socks. I would kill to own an outfit. I'm gonna cry. That's my favorite.
Did I get based on Tom Cruise? Yeah.
And here, Casual is my favorite one.
Didn't change it after release because I want to like up. Whoopsies.
They should try
Didn't they have this in China and then just got rid of it?
Well, not bad. I love that they went with purple for the name, though. It looks much nicer. Like really nice, soft purple. Super cute.
Let me say new regimen here. There you go. October. There you go. Go like the video, guys, please. I appreciate it. Please. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
I know the horses up matching here, but not all of them are gonna match, because otherwise you would just have like 3 colors for horses. But like it's still some shade of like very, very light colors. That makes sense.
25. 308. Okay.
Lenny Miles in her part of the video. We're gonna look at
Look at it. Cinderella great, baby.
like the part
Agree, baby. Yeah. She's my favorite. Her personality is dope. I like the Greek cat's personality. She's just like me. She's the female version of me. That's a Greek cat. She is.
Goku horse. The perfect shonen I want to see an anime collab version of Nintendo. I'm not gonna lie. I do want that. Like, I know, like, Keanu Bourbon. I don't watch that much. I think it's really interesting how we get so many upskirt shots of Keanu Bourbon is simply because she's technically wearing a swimsuit with a skirt at all. Like her. Fully fed. It's a Leo card. Yeah. There you go. It's the one thing. The one thing made it. I like the foot bits. I mean the fucking spoilers, the wings.
Exactly.
Drop it. I like her casual.
Yeah, I like that better. Why can't I race in that? I want her casual outfit.
It's interesting that they all have like only non-win was the rice shower.
Come on, baby. Catch it to her.
Pretty good.
Passa, 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 passa. Come on.
I think rice shower is very like iconic.
Cafe, no. Come on. No, you mother. She gets on my nerves. I know I don't have to win that race, but still, she gets on my nerves.
Never raced again. Apparently, I didn't know you never raced again.
Phew.
You didn't think Osprey's have a big ass bow? I feel like some of them miss the big ass bow. They have she has like this cute dance with Harumura too. on two different scales though. The casual scale and like what else?
This one is aesthetically one of my favorites.
Perfect.
I wish she looked like that. Cute.
And also,
Oh, with those.
also the IS.
Now what? Again? Okay.
She's telling you to shut the fuck up because she's about to murder her ass.
I think my shower might be fun.
You never seen that pose before? Oh,
Thank you for hosting with me.
there you go.
Before we end the stream, Spanish is overall most of the have amazing. They're not super busy.
Take time's over. I don't know.
They fit the theme pretty short. A lot of them have salary or military before. They look like outfits that would be practical running, but they look like outfits that would be great.
Do they have cavalry? I think so.
Right.
Yeah, cavalry.
Great. I like this a lot. I would be open to reviewing more content. But yeah, if you like the video, like, comment,
makes good
subscribe.
content.
Your favorite
Is
content
it
are you rooting
Lily
for?
or
Are you going to
Kiki
praise
Mason or?
FSR Pig,
I don't
if
know.
any? Would you play? I don't know. Let me know in the comments. Write your name. All that good stuff. And remember, if you want to become a fucking fan of and be full of energy, okay, take yourself. Use code Nation.
That's fun.
Bye.
Alright. Wait, no, use my game or something. Anyway. Her name is Lily Goth. Oh, okay. UCM in 1 month. Transcend and Wondering Cube reunion.
Nice. Like, let me see. Everything come to effect. Hopefully. 342, 375, 328.
Wondering Cube is oh, Lowe's? That's in the new stable. Oh no. Oh, Ronnie is someone else. And Transcend Wondering Cube and Jason Dolls. They gave each other
Whatever.
somehow maybe totally. Transcend, happy son, long time. Sorry, Grandpa. Sorry. Wait, no, Wonder Q is a bear. Is Transcend a bear?
Off to a good start with focus. But she did not use early lead.
22,000.
That's weird.
22,000 rates in his career. What the fuck? What? I thought it was crazy that we had like 400 wins or some shit. Take Yutaka is 25,298. Wada Ryuji is now at 22,000. Shibata Yoshitomi is 22,185. And Hideaki Miyuki is 21,912. Are you able to read Woodshed? Yes! What else am I reading? You need hair for that? Hair for what? What?
Get a head start with upgrading your home for the holidays with Lumber Liquidators spring flooring deals now until October 7th. We're America's largest independent flooring retailer, offering huge selection with a best price guarantee. Get laminate flooring from just 59 cents a square foot. Waterproof split vinyl flooring for $119 a square foot. And now get $1 off select yellow wood flooring. Hurry, these great deals all in Tuesday, October 7th. Visit lumberliquidators.com to find a showroom near you. Great floors for less.
What's for 23? I'm 23.
50 upgrade subscription.
All right. I will skip. Okay. Anyway, what we got? Wow. We're at like 2-hour mark. We're actually at the 2-hour mark. I do the Japanese stuff good. Well, I mean, I think they have like different subtitles that like for instance has funny shit also, right? So yeah. Anyway. Let's move on. Let's move on. Okay, you guys are
Let's see.
I did. Oh, is this one? Yep. Oh, is this one? That's the copyright part. That's finally out. Yes. Yeah, we talked about it. If you guys want, there's a new video. I don't know. Please, want to link it. But I already have a video out talking about the October symbol. And letting people know we're doing the half anniversary. The half anniversary, right there. Any great comments? Misinformation. There goes that. Yeah. Was the half anniversary awards? I'm actually not sure. I should have taken a look at that. I mean, I can just take a look at it over here, right? The missions. It's not like that. It's not like that. Story event. I think it's a story event though. Let's make summer story, right? That's not. It could be something else. It's not right. Shows you're not live on. Yeah, it's what's summer. Yeah, I don't think we have this thing. Better. Oh, thank you. Okay.
Come on, Mars. Use that speed, baby.
Lots of 4 points. That's kind of about it, right?
Cha-ching.
Zero leg, like hyper. No, just saying. Cool. Mission tab. Yeah. Okay, so I mean, we're not gonna talk about that. I already did talk over releasable sort of video anyway, right? Broad overview. What it is. But we'll talk about missions and the upcoming cards, which are adventural. Right? Is it right? Wait, I forgot her name. I get the measure of confused. It's not Arden. Is it Arden? It might be Arden. It might be Ardon. Arden. Arden. Arden? Okay. Yeah. Arden. Rare Arden 2. I kind of like the rare Arden as well. Because they're adding her, I'd imagine. Right? Vendro rare Arden. Left-handed. Nice. Savvy though. Does the face chaser, soft step, face chaser corner. Okay, that's nothing like she is the
That's dastardly right there.
really does her left-handed. But
Speed eater mid race.
Right.
Oh man, playtime's over and we missed that.
Finally something. Oh yeah, we know talked about answer.
Sometimes you don't need big stories. Life goes by quietly.
Good. Soft up is good. Making corners. I mean, this could be bad sometimes, like it's something quick, but not bad. I don't think. Case corners, right?
Focus up the gate.
Solid. We
Turn
have
to leave.
heal energy, heal mood choice, and energy and mood. Yeah, it's pretty good at that. It's pretty good at that.
Mm,
It's low specialty priority, only 5% training effect. So unfortunately,
we did
15%
it.
mood effect. So she has 55%, which is like what, maybe 15%? That's true. Only good at it. And this is only when it's training on the first system. Yeah, pretty good hits. Right? Different training of appreciation, right? Left-handed. Not necessarily think one or cancel are getting better position skills, right? You mean decently? Yeah, they're not bad. They're not bad. That's good, isn't it?
Nice.
Yeah, no, this is very cool. It's not just plus 30, it's plus 30 and move. She's pretty nice. She's pretty nice at that. She's a hit card. Decent stats. Low priority though. Like whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Good skill hits for face users. And if you love that, I mean, I don't know. There's not really that much. It's a very decent card, filler card. Usually, I would think you would run these type of whip cards with frontrunners from support. Kinda, but it's like 5%. You would run other. There's a little priority for running support. Yeah, but like you need to train the effectiveness if you're a roaming support, and she only has 5. So your choice between Arden or Dober or Arden and Nice Nature, you're gonna run Nice Nature or Dober way more than Arden, right? So right, race bonus. Right. Yeah, no race bonus. Yeah, kind of not really that good. She's only 60 the skill for whatever you're like building, I would say, right? Yeah, yeah. Okay, I think we're gonna just kick off. Well, I mean, we're fine. We're gonna kick off Twitter. Just got here with our looking at. Definitely an interesting one.
Try.
Oh, she has 70% hit frequency. Wow. I mean, she's good for hits. I mean, yeah, no question about that. She's good for hits. Has skill points on her stats game. Do other okay, the hits are kind of unyielding to her. Yeah, it's little skill points, right? Yeah. Basically, a parent card. One of the few ways to get left handed. Yep. So like typically what you would do to get left-handed is normal anyway. Jen the Fog, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 3 months. Thank you for resubmitting, dude. Appreciate you. Is run the sides of 2 cards. So this is an SR option for it. And again, it's good for patients. Right? The only way to get left-handed right now is from a random event from Cisco. Yes, the random event from either of the 2 cards. But it is a good hit. Yeah. So, okay. Green for base chasers. Right? Skills, this is good. There's scale. And especially for like left-handed. It's kind of like a Tokyo Yuja. Almost. Like I would have maybe run this on like if I was doing like Tokyo Yuja, right? Yeah, disturbing. Yeah. That would this would be a really good card because base chases are pretty good. But you need heals, right? For purpose position, it's fine. By the way. So this is like anime Sega. Like an anime Sega card. But for like purpose. Base chases paradise. It's not from a ball left handed. Yeah. Anyone who wants these skills are like premium. They're very good. Like their speed is like everyone wants. Absolutely. That card would be good for the Geo Cup. Yeah, what is Geo? It's hot spin 20. This is right-handed. Is right centimeter clockwise. Clockwise is not left. The 2200 meter is medium. And yeah. Geo Cup is right-handed for position, blood in your firm and one position. Oh yeah, for sure. It's good there. Lots of it. I mean, it's a medium distance track. Medium distance tracks, like, healing differences, a little bit, right? And clockwise is right. Ain't right that doesn't for a very small down.
Oh yeah.
I'm putting down because I'm ready for the info. Well, good time to start. Big ground price largest bang. Well, this is a good, like,
Oh, Goshi's big head.
Smart. Not necessarily, I would say, good rover support. It's fine. It's just like, this stat is, it's very, like, 10% is okay, moving on. You have
Got him.
Ryan with a pretty cool outfit. Baseball.
5 prizes. That's only happened once. You got a whole bunch. Perfect game. Well, not perfect, but you know.
say that great, but it's Metro Ryan. Maybe she's really good.
Oh, that's cool.
Up tempo. Up tempo.
She gave me a basically an extra turn.
Rainy days, wet conditions, which is not what's coming up. It's the end of the month. Well, Leo Cup is at the end of the month, but sure, yeah. The next two CMs after, are you saying after Leo is also Hanshin? Oh, it is Hanshin. Clockwise sunny. Yeah, you're right. Wow. So it's all right-handed. Unyielding. Unyielding? Going to fight when passed by another runner on the final corner. Could be cool. I think. Yeah? Alright. I mean, velocity. Okay. 3 seconds. Not great. Yeah, it's like, there's nothing that's like good about this card, really. That's right. Guaranteed that the only though. Yeah. I mean, what is that? You know, bourbon. She just doesn't have a lot going for it. You're getting past on the bottom when you're going to most of the time. Well, I mean, it's 55 back. I don't know. Final corner could be, doesn't have to be the late race. It's a pretty good random events. NFC on the bottom. That is on the bottom.
When Hurricane Helene
Ready
hit,
to do
our
groundwork.
communities responded
Leaders
like never
cried.
before. Half of the 20
And somehow Dawa is right there.
helped restore over 2.7
Somehow.
billion power outages. Thank you for your support of our crews, your collaboration with local leadership, for rebuilding your lives alongside our teams, still out there building the dream. We're proud to serve you.
Like, the GOAT, power and wit can be made into a front runner, which if I was running front runners, I would probably run Sticky. Because this skills a greatly increased velocity with the dazzling
England is
display,
scheming
changes into fourth place or higher.
into a red shift. Level 4. Just the way I planned it, baby. Everything went off. Everything went off the way I planned it. The only thing I don't have is tailhead high. That's it.
Final straight. He's going to be a good parent later too. I'd imagine so because it's a great league skill and it's a 300 meter triumphant pulse essentially. She needs to be, someone needs to be behind her for 1 second. From what I understand. She's breaking out of the pack. Number of seconds and another Uma behind you. Behind here, lane time set, 1 is 31. Is that the first greatly? No. You have it with the Ogre Cap, and you have it with Simply Brutal. Well, her ballroom outfit version is better though. It's probably better as a character. I like her outfit though. I like her outfit a lot. Mateo is a great nickname. Unyielding Spirit. What is that other one called? Unyielding. Oh, okay. Unyielding is bad. Unyielding Spirit is goated. Okay. I was confused. I was like, wait a minute, I just swore Unyielding is pretty good, and I was kind of doubting myself. Unyielding Spirit is really good. Unyielding, not so good. Not so good at all. Right? Trick front, preferred position, shifting gears is good. Existingly, good. Mile corner, good. Race spotter, good. For racing especially, you know. These are only good for miles though. She's like a mile specialist. Chris Gilbert is cracked. Yeah, so she'll be good for the Virgo.
Nice.
Virgo? Yeah, Virgo Cup. I think she'll be good for Virgo Cup. Yeah. I want to make her for Virgo Cup. If I make Kishi Amazon good for this cup, I'll make Fuji Thinking good for this one. Problem with Fuji all is one that doesn't proc gets better than rebalance. Oh, is it? So is it fluff? Is this like a fluff one? I want to know like what her actual skill is. It's like this one seems like a fluff one. Just breaking out of the pack. Because I don't trust King Flora. I don't trust this one. Free buff. Just free buff. Okay. I don't think it's that bad. But it's cool. It's a good one. Because it's not like condition is like you need to be passed. The condition is that just someone is like contesting, right? I want to get Fuji good. Is Gold City good? I heard she had a mid-range acceleration skill. Yeah. Unfortunately, Gold City's just really bad until she gets buffed. And she, I mean, at the very least, Gold City has like other outfits that I would imagine are good, you know? But this is increased acceleration when making a move mid-pack in the second half. Oh, wait, no, this is buffed. I'm pretty sure this is buffed. Because it's like mid-race acceleration. It's supposed to be mid-race acceleration. Playtime's over the ulti.
Nice. We're getting groundwork off the system.
See, look, this is increased target speed, but the thing says increased acceleration. This is kind of, I don't know what the fuck this is saying. But if I read the English description, moderately increased acceleration is deadly with a wing when starting to make a move from mid-pack in the second half of the race. I think it's mid-pack, so you have to do this. It is in the second half of the race, sure, right? But that's like could be mid-race, right? And then I don't know. It's not target speed. It's acceleration. How good will the great SCM running style be in the future? I'm not sure, but I mean, it sounds really good, but I can't be sure. Around. That the actual translation is not out yet. I don't know. It's like Gold City. Can you race against Gold City as an NPC? I don't know. Either way. Usually if it's not translated, they'll just have to download the version. Might be what it actually is. Like, you don't have it. definitely save it for Dodo. I haven't seen it yet. Either way, it's good. They come out later. Gold City, Festival. Speed, power, and wit. That's a lot better. Get down. Like what the fuck? Get down, Mr. President. He flies his little pack in the final corner. To get out. That's not that great either. That's not that great either. I don't know. It's not that great. You have like good values. So I mean you have good values, but you can't be a front runner with it. Damn, this outfit though is really good. This outfit's sick for Gold City. What the fuck are these stat bonuses, dude? It's so tragic. This is so tragic. You're in the middle of a pack 40% to the race. Your school suddenly increase. Dead. If you were blocked from the side on any final leg corner, dead. With 350 meters remaining in the race, your speed will greatly increase. What the fuck is this? This fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card fucking effect? This sounds a lot better, I guess. Dead. I heard that Dorvaza immediately powered up with violence and coming out. Is that true? I guess so, but that's like in half a year. By why doesn't it? In half a year. Either way, like you want multiple front runners, so
Oh my god, bro.
overshadowed, you still probably want.
So I need 1200 speed on the dot. Oh, she caught groundwork 2 stars. Yes, sir. Playtime's over. Yes, sir. Shifting gears. Yes, sir. And 10 on show auto. Nice. With a 2-star mile. And stamina. I can code it. Let's go.
This is like, I guess it is conditional. You need this to get that. To get this to get this. Yeah, strength in my trap skill. Anyway, we're not talking about Gold City. We're not going to talk about Gold City. We are not going to talk about Gold City. Okay. Manager Orion, basically trash. Nothing really good about this card at all. Nothing to say. The skill up tempo is sure it's good. It's only for medium though. Beam straightaway is good, yes. Unyielding is not a very good skill. None of these are very good. The events are kind of whatever, right? You have that, you have this, whatever. It's a very whatever card. You don't want a 0, you don't want a max. You just don't want it. You just don't want it. Even at max, like she's not even a great parent card, right? So you don't want it. Natural Arden is, okay. I guess if you compare her to other roaming supports, she's in low or special priority. She's unique, I guess. But, like she doesn't have 10% training rate, so it's like kind of fun. She just has like hints, really. Right? She just has hints. She doesn't have race bonus. She has hints. The hints that she has, sure, like left-handed is very useful, right, for certain tracks. Nothing for the next upcoming 2 Champions League, both on hunches, both on clockwise tracks, and everything else is like, it's good. Like corners is good. Preferred soft stuff. These are good. These are all.
FlexCar is the world's first ever month-to-month car lease. Drive what you want, when you want, without signing your life away. That's the freedom of FlexCar. I don't want to scare anybody on this channel. That's the last thing I want to do. There's already enough fear mongering going on in the world as it is, without me adding to the flames. All right, but I really do feel
we need to know about this, and we need to have this under control, because I think this is just the start of something potentially crazy if we don't get to grips with it, right? I'm perplexed as to what the hell is going on here. Let me cast your mind back to November, December back in 2024. I know. It seems like yesterday, right? It's almost a year ago. This New Jersey drone situation, not just New Jersey, it sort of started there and spread out amongst that area. It's absolutely crazy. It's hot topic for ages. I covered loads of videos on it. Like, what the hell? People were saying that these things were morphing into planes, hovering for hours, disappearing, didn't know where they were going, all of a sudden just appeared. You couldn't take photos of them, like your camera glitch out and stuff. It was just complete craziness, okay? And so, like, even we're going to get to the Denmark drones, okay? Because obviously it's happening in Denmark, amongst other places as well. But listen to this. If you just cast your mind back, a few videos to cast your mind back to how people just were saying they didn't know what was going on, right?
You're telling me we don't know what the hell these drones are in New Jersey are? Is that correct?
That's right.
It's crazy. I mean, it's crazy. That's madness that we don't know what these drones are.
I can't get over that. Imagine, like, your job is to look after the water supply, and someone says, "Excuse me, there's green piss flying through the water. Can you explain to me what that is?" No, I got a clue. Right? Your job is to make baked beans, and in every single can of baked bean, there's like green beans. And so I ask you, what's the green beans that you're putting in there? We don't know. It's your job, right? So then, I don't know why, right, okay, it's a bit of a strange analogy, but right. But then this is what Donald Trump said about it.
Can you comment on the drones that are flying around? You see about it's the government knows what is happening. Our military knows where they took off from. If it's a garage, they can go right into that garage. They know where it came from and where it went. And for some reason, they don't want to comment. And I think they'd be better off saying what it is. Our military knows and our president knows. And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy, because it was the enemy that blasted. Even if they were late, they blasted. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should, because the people are really, I mean, they happen to be over Midminster.
Yeah, he's got a point, right? So I asked, funny enough, I asked Grom, tell me the times where a military base has shot something down, it's entered their area, okay? You've got Chinese surveillance balloon back in 2023, February. You've got Alaska object, February 10th, 2023. Yukon object, 2023, February. Lake Huron object, February 12th, 2023. Yemen, that's that orb thing, was taken out on 2024, October 30th. So they don't shy away from shooting these things down, but they don't dare. So Donald Trump's like, yeah, we know what they are, but they're not like any problem. What? Just tell us what it is then. And then we've got an update from Donald Trump. Yeah, I mean, we're going still back in December 2025 here now, but this is what the last update really we've ever heard of, right? And then it was just put to sleep. Listen,
From President Trump directly, an update on the New Jersey drones. After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, it just something seems a little off. And I know I like conspiracy theories and all this sort of stuff, right? I know I'm well into aliens and UFOs because I want to believe, right? I know that. And I'm not saying that these things are alien, but I'm just thinking these things can stay up there, hover for hours on end, disappear without a trace, go somewhere like nobody's tracked these things.
They said that they were going out into the ocean, but nobody actually followed the thing to its home, right? This is the sort of last update we've heard from it, and now it's happening in Denmark. Look at the state of these things, mate, right? Look at these things in Denmark, and I've got some people talking about it. The president of Denmark has spoken about it. She's talking about it. I'm going to show you that in a second. Look at these, mate. This is flashbacks now of New Jersey drone. Look at that. It's exactly the same, guys. And what I'm saying is, the reason why I'm a little bit worried here is because let's just say these are now the speculation is that it could be from Russia, right? Now, I'm not too sure about that. If it was from Russia, then you would think, why would Donald Trump say these are innocent airline, they're not a threat? Now I know that there's collateral damage that can happen when you shoot these things down. You've got to sort of understand that and take that into consideration. But surely, out of all of where they've been spotted, there's not one little location where we go, we can take that out now, or even get a helicopter next to it, or a plane next to it. But get some bloody zoom in detail on this thing. Here's more. Why are we allowing this? Now, Japan have updated, I don't know if there's been an update, but they're allowing these things to be shot down. They're like, if you see something up in the sky, take it out. Look at this. Now, the reason why I'm panicking a little bit, right? I don't want you to panic, but I'm high energy today, right? I just had a coffee. But look, I circled some areas of where these things have been spotted on the old Google Maps, right? So we've got Denmark, obviously. Also, Stockholm, Poland, Germany, Netherlands, Switzerland, Romania, London. These things are everywhere. So it started in New Jersey, and we just allowed it to happen, right? Assuming these are not one of our tech or something like that. I know that the FAA said yes, surveillance, but what can they just say, hey, look, guys, no need to panic. We're doing a little bit of surveillance. These are the things that are going to go up over the city, just to let you know we're just doing this. It's going to be up for about a month, okay? Don't panic. But instead, for months, it was like, we don't know what they are. Oh yeah, by the way, we know what they are. They all could be surveillance and hobbyist drones. What? It started there, and whoever's brought these over, whatever it is like, we got away with that. They did nothing. They literally did nothing. Let's try Denmark now. It's almost like a bully, right? If you allow a bully to bully you, they're never going to stop. Here's one, close up. Someone's gone here, UAP, you mean the thing that looks and sounds exactly like a plane? Mate, read the room, get the program. We know it looks like a plane and sounds like a plane, but it's not a bloody plane. This is what Ross Coulthart had to say about the drones in Denmark.
They cannot track these objects. They're not being seen on radar. How can that be the case when these objects are so large? Admitted, some drones may have come fiberglass, which makes them less easy to find. And admittedly, Denmark particularly doesn't have a lot of counter UAS technology. But you would expect that something that large could be followed by a helicopter or radar. It could be followed back to source in normal instances.
That's what I'm saying.
What's fascinating to me is what it says that the operators of these craft, whatever they are, I refuse to call them drones, they felt that they could do this with total impunity over at least 2 nights, over some of the most sensitive military and civilian aviation installations in your country. It's just extraordinary. And what it is something or someone is demonstrating an ability to operate with total impunity, with absolute assurance of knowledge that they cannot be tracked, they cannot be detected, that they're operating craft of some kind which are far beyond the capabilities of existing known technology to track, which is really quite extraordinary. I find it amazing, and this has happened with regular frequency right across the United States. Despite the assertions being made by the White House, by different parts of the Pentagon, and by the Federal Aviation Administration of America, these drone sightings are still happening, so-called drones. I don't believe they are drones. Increasingly, I think the evidence suggests that they are certainly some kind of craft. But why would any foreign state actor, even a foreign adversary actor, want to put highly sensitive, clearly highly advanced technology over civilian airspace in Denmark, for heaven's sake? To what end? For what purpose? That's what fascinates me.
In a minute, it's not going to be something you're watching on a YouTube video or the news. It's going to be outside your bloody window if we don't control this. Now, I'm just saying, I know I'm high energy and quite sort of like freakish about this, but I'm just so, like I say, I'm totally perplexed about the whole situation. There's something else going on here, man. I don't know who they are, what they are coming from, where they're coming from. This is what the Prime Minister, the President of Denmark said. Okay, I'm going to try and take the volume down, and I'll narrate over it. So this is what the Prime Minister said of Denmark. Okay. In recent days, Denmark has been exposed to hybrid attacks. Drones have been seen in several places in critical infrastructure, military and civilian. These are attacks that must accept to be more of, and they are attacks that have shown vulnerabilities, and they are attacks. Danish Prime Minister, right? Dear all, in recent days, Denmark has been exposed to hybrid attacks. Drones have been seen in several places in critical infrastructure, military and civilian. These attacks that must be expected to be more of, and they are attacks that have shown vulnerabilities, and they are attacks that aim to create insecurity and division. The attack that will shake us as people and as a society. I understand the situation raises many questions. We haven't the drones been shot down, and why weren't they discovered earlier? When there comes a time when we must look back at the events of recent days and learn from them. But here and now, as we as a government and authorities have been overriding tasks, and that is to take care of Denmark and enable us to better counter the hybrid attacks quickly as possible. And where are we now? First, authorities have raised the level of prohibitiveness, preparing for different scenarios. This is among other things that both the armed forces and the police will be more present than anti-drone capabilities around infrastructure at the incoming time. At this same time, the authorities are in close contact with our allies with a view to quickly strengthening our own Danish capabilities to be able to detect and defeat drones. Second, the authorities have mandates to remove them. Drones can be taken down, but it is of course the responsible authorities
So here is what the get started with Finn, the #1 AI agent for customer service. Try Finn risk-free today.
Imagine an injury law firm that is committed to preventing accidents. A firm that teaches bike safety, gives away helmets, and provides car speed safety. That firm is CR Legal Team.
And as aggressive as we are about preventing accidents, we're that passionate about protecting our clients who get victimized by one. As much as we try, accidents happen. When they do.
So here's what the Prime Minister of Denmark has to say. Right, this is what the Danish Prime Minister had to say regarding the drones. Okay, I'll let it play. It goes on for 7 minutes though, so I'm not gonna play the whole thing. Okay, this is basically in short form what she had to say throughout this 7-minute video. Okay, so on the severity, this is the most serious attack on Danish critical infrastructure to date. She emphasizes this is a response to the Copenhagen airport shutdown on September 22nd to 23rd, where large drones hovered for hours, diverting flights and stranding thousands. On the broader context, we are at the beginning of a hybrid war against Europe. She connected the Danish events to recent Russian-linked incidents, including drone incursion in Poland and Romania, Russian jet violations in Estonian airspace, and cyber attacks on European airports. Potential perpetrators, while not named suspect, definitely, she stated, we can at least conclude that there is primarily one country that possesses a threat to Europe's security, and that is Russia. She added, I certainly cannot deny in any way that it is Russia, and noted the operations appeared professional and aimed to disrupt, create unrest to see how far you can go with testing your limits. Right? On motives and response, the incursions were intended to create unrest and test boundaries for Danish intelligence. In a national address on September 26th, she warned of escalating threats and confirmed discussions with NATO security General Mark Rutte. Denmark has since bolstered military patrols, deployed NATO assets like the German frigate FSG Hamburg, and imposed a drone ban to secure the EU summit. Russia has denied involvement, calling allegations unfounded. Investigations continue with police, intelligence, and NATO allies, but no conclusive evidence has been publicly confirmed as of September 30th, 2025. Alright? So that's what she's taking this damn seriously, and she's putting some things into place. Again, not shot these things down, not tracking them, not following them. These things can fly around for 3 hours. I don't know how long can a helicopter fly for? Okay, a helicopter can typically fly for 2.5 to 5 hours before needing to refuel. So you're thinking, let's just say, for example, it's holding out, it's waiting for something, it's been up there for 3 hours, and then this drone decides to shoot off. It could be going out to sea, and then it's like, hang on a second, I've already been up now for half of my fuel. How far are we going to go out? Am I going to go out back in time? Back in time before I run out of fuel? I don't know. I'm just little old me trying to work things out here, right? Listen to this dude here, right, from Denmark.
Denmark, where we've seen fresh attacks overnight in several areas, notably at the Skryns air base of Jutland, and also, more importantly, by the Danish authorities, but by local media, that there was a sizing of drones from the Carib air base, which is situated in the centre of the country. This is the main air base in Denmark, the biggest military air base, and that's why authorities have been identified. They report local authorities say that there were drones both inside and outside of that air base. There is no fear that something fun quickly this could describe.
What the
it's like a new Google Maps, and they're just scanning the whole world to get like 4K resolution now instead of the van monstering around. Like, what's going on?
There's a lot of strange stuff that's going on. We see right now that there's activity that's happening in Europe. Where there's an airport that's being shut down 3 nights in a row because of anomalous drones potentially or some other things that are in the skies. We all know what happened in New Jersey. Actually, we don't know what happened in New
Yeah.
Jersey.
I mean, I'm not saying that they're aliens. I really don't think they are. Maybe it's alien tech of some sort. Especially regarding the inability to see these things, track these things. Then it does sound like a plane, right? But is that just a sound that has been added? Like these bloody electric cars now have sound effects on them, like some sort of Star Wars thing. I mean, that looks straight from bloody Star Wars or something. It looks like a halo sword. Surveillance for what? What are they searching for? What are they looking at?
A glowing ball into one of Denmark's major airports. If there's a way to attempt to destabilize countries within NATO, this is surely it. An unauthorized drone in its airspace. Denmark hasn't pointed the finger at anyone, but says everything points to it being carried out by a professional actor.
But again, that I want to make it very clear. The goal of this kind of hybrid attack is to create fear. It is to create discord, and it is to make us afraid. And without drawing any conclusions regarding the evening and night's events in Denmark, we can state that sabotage and cyber attacks and other forms of hybrid attacks have become an all too recurring part of European reality. Hang on a second, right? Hang on just 1 second. Now I know that I've been quite hyper, quite sort of concerned regarding this, and yes, there is concern about it, right? But for a lot of times I've seen these videos and what people are talking about when the government talks about it. And they say this is to fear us, like this is to get us afraid, this is for fear, this is for disrupt like civil rest and all that sort of stuff. I've got to be honest with you. Most people are like, oh, look at the clouds, oh, this is going to go viral. No one's really. So what's the message? Are they saying that deliberately to make us feel unrest? To make Or are they talking about themselves as a defense, the government defense? It's to scare us. So I don't think most people are they? I suppose you have to speak to the people in Denmark and in New Jersey. Were you afraid of this, or were you just intrigued? Because if I saw them flying around around where I live, first of all, I'd be like, shit, I'm getting the maximum video footage of this, mate, because it's going to go maximum viral, right? I'd be pretty excited. But I don't think I'll be scared. But look at that, what the hell, mate? Mate, look at this other window. I don't think I'll be scared, like, oh, So why are they saying this? Is it to do with the bloody alien invasion that could be happening? Is this all sort of like orchestrated? Is it all sort of, I don't know.
Aalborg is the major airport in the north of Denmark. It was forced to shut down for hours after drone sightings nearby. Drone activity was also reported in airports further south. The drones said to have been launched locally, possibly by sea, although no confirmation as to who or how. It's the second security incident in Nordic countries this week. This was Oslo's airport in Norway, shut down after a drone flew through its no-fly zone on Monday, and in Copenhagen too, causing chaos.
Did you see the bloody size of that thing?
This was Oslo's airport in Norway, shut down after a drone flew through its no-fly zone on Monday, and
Jesus.
in Copenhagen disruption for some 20,000 people. It appears this has become a pattern. Europe has been on high alert for weeks, and just days ago, 3 Russian fighter jets entered Estonian airspace for 12 minutes. It was deemed reckless. Russia claimed they were in neutral waters and accused Estonia of ratcheting up tensions. French and Polish planes also among those bolstering defence after Russian drones were flown into Polish airspace earlier this month. Romania too reporting drone sightings. Russia said that repeat suggestions of airspace violations were unfounded.
Mate, I would love to get like that. Fucking mate, I would be like Top Gun, right? Mr. Tom Cruise, rookie. I would be doing so much fucking stuff, man. I'm telling you, it'd be so damn cool. I mean, like flybys, not just spinning. I mean, spinning flybys, mate. I'll just random.
But if Denmark isn't pointing the finger, Germany is.
It comes as no surprise. Even if my colleagues in Denmark are unable to talk about where these drones come from, the suspicion is obvious. This is part of Vladimir Putin's strategy, without us being able to say anything concrete.
I don't know. There's accusations and things flying about left, right, centre, willy-nilly, mate. It just seems like this is... I'm wondering whether they're ours. Like, I don't know. Are they ours? Are they being popped up just to try to make us worry? Telling us we should be worried. Yeah, we're all worried, aren't we? Yeah, we're worried. Was Russia even spoken about when New Jersey? When it was happening in New Jersey? No, I think it was China. They were the first on the hit list. It's going to be China, wasn't it? I think I'm right. And now it's Russia.
As I said, but it is part of what we experience every day. We're not at war, but we are also no longer at peace.
Hybrid attacks attempt to blur the lines between war and peace through military or non-military methods.
I think these hybrid attacks are supposed to blur the lines between the general public and what the actually is going on.
Foreign actors attempt to target political institutions and influence public opinion, undermining security. They've been used for years, with recent attacks ramping up the speed, the scale, the intensity. NATO's line would usually be prepare, deter, defend. But as airports work to get back to normal this week, Denmark said it hadn't shot down drones for the safety of the population.
If one of those drones came over here, yeah, bang, there, mate, DJI fucking drone I've got here. It's DJI, yeah. Straight up to the belly cockpit. Hello. 4K footage of one of these drones close up. Where's everyone's drones right now? I know that they put a hold to it and you're not allowed to do it anymore. But that wouldn't have been straight away, right? Because within the first day, half day before the restrictions came out, somebody didn't get a drone up there and have a bloody look, mate.
And trickier now, for this is the new reality we live in.
See again, for this is a new reality that we live in. Get ready, your life is fucked.
We're not afraid of these things. They've not shot us. They've not crashed. They're not hovering above one isolated location, like lowering down, beaming out, and shooting off. Right? Who's saying that we're worried? I'm concerned because if it's not like, I don't know, or whatever, and we're allowing this to happen, we don't know where they're coming from. It's only going to escalate. It's going to get more and more. Right, that's it for me. There's nothing more to discuss really. It's just there's a huge question mark over all of these things. Well, I'm really interested in what you think it is, though. Okay, do you think we should be worried? I think there should be an element of worry, absolutely, but I think it's more so a worry for the government because they don't know what they are, where they come from, or do they know? I don't know, mate. Anyway, subscribe. I'll see you next one. Oh, I haven't
looked into it properly yet, but tomorrow I'm going to be showing, if I think it's legit or not, I'm going to be showing something that's gone up below the radar of the other drone. But someone's found something, and it's doing some really strange stuff. And it's not the little bacteria alien thing on these potato meteorite. Okay, it's not that. It's something else. I think it's really quite interesting. So I'm going to cover that. So subscribe, and I'll see you on that next one. All right, take care. Bye bye.
Every year, tourists flock to snap photos of natural wonders like Arizona's Grand Canyon. But this next amazing marvel is so remote and potentially dangerous that it has very rarely been photographed, much less visited. And it's been confounding scientists for years. In summer 2006, in the Irkutsk region of Russia, geologists Sergei Yezov and Dmitry Sinyanov have set out to document their explorations of a remote site that's baffled scientists to this day. In their aerial footage, we can see a rock formation protruding from the surrounding green forest. The grayish rock looks otherworldly, completely separate from its surroundings. It rises 130 feet in the air with a diameter of 520 feet. From above, it almost looks like a giant crater. However, another spherical shape rests inside, like a volcano with a ball stuck in the center. Journalist Amy Title said the infamous site is known as the Potomsky crater.
It sort of looks like a crater, but there's this bulbous looking thing in the middle. It's unclear how it formed or what exactly it is, and because it's in a remote location in Siberia, it's incredibly hard to study.
Title said the site was first studied by Russian scientists in 1949 when the local people warned a young geologist about it.
The local people in the area are the Yakut people, and they've been aware of this formation for a long time. It's known as the Fire Eagle's Nest or the Devil Place. The locals know to avoid this place at all costs. And they say that anyone who gets too close to it is immediately overcome with a sense of dread. One expedition was forced to stop when its leader died of a heart attack just 3 miles from the crater.
In 2010, the Potomsky Crater Conference was held in St. Petersburg, Russia, where scientists gathered to discuss its origin. Their results? Inconclusive. But we have our own team of experts, so let's see what they can unearth. NASA geologist Dr. Bob Anderson considers one theory that's gained some traction, that the crater could have been created by 2 consecutive meteorites.
We've seen where impacts have hit this area, especially Siberia. My problem with the impact idea is that you don't see an ejecta blanket.
The ejecta blanket is the blanket of debris surrounding the impact crater. There is typically a star-shaped distribution of ejecta around the crater rim because the debris is ejected up and then out. There's no ejecta blanket here, so Anderson is able to rule out meteorites. Then another theory. Could this be a volcano?
The problem is that this is in a limestone sedimentary rock. The limestones are developed at the bottom of oceans. The sedimentary rocks don't form volcanoes.
Siberia is not known for its tectonic activity, so that makes a volcanic eruption even less likely. Volcanoes occur most frequently at the boundaries of tectonic plates where the plates are actively moving
Are you gonna pass it?
each other, which isn't happening here. So could it be a different
Oh my god. That's crazy.
Barnhart says that scientists have detected radiation in the area.
She took her time, didn't she?
Undercover military operations.
When they really started studying it, it was the Cold War. So Americans were very worried that maybe this was another Russian test site. The trees around the crater are growing up taller and had higher levels of uranium and thorium. Radiation does make certain plant life grow bigger and stronger. So now we have some hint that there is radiation coming out of here. But a bomb creates a completely different kind of crater than we see here. This crater is compact and it's high. So it's coming up from the ground. It's not an explosion that's sent things out to the outside.
Since it doesn't seem like a nuclear testing site, Barnhart analyzed if it could have something to do with an increase in magnetism.
Nice.
There's a high level of magnetic activity in and around this crater. Normally, magnetic activity has to be about iron. It gets superheated. This is limestone. So the signature further confuses the pattern geologically.
Those increased levels of radiation and magnetism seem surprising and inexplicable, but Barnhart thinks he might have an answer. A buildup of heat from those radioactive elements.
What we're seeing here likely is that the thorium and uranium that they detected in the trees decaying under the earth, making an exothermic reaction, exploding up into this crater.
And Barnhart says that heat could also explain the magnetism.
We do know that iron is found in Siberia, and it doesn't take a huge quantity of iron to become magnetic. The exothermic reaction is the same heat that took the surrounding iron and turned it magnetic.
Edison believes this exothermic reaction might have caused what's known as a mud volcano, which differs from a traditional magma volcano that we've already ruled out. These natural formations are created by the eruption of hot water, pressurized gases, and mud in the coastal mountains.
There have been several mud volcanoes identified in Greenland where you find the sediments on top and they come up. I've not heard of one being dominated by limestone, but it's not impossible.
One problem, though, this theory doesn't explain why this site instilled such fear in the locals, or why the expedition leader suffered a heart attack. So the true picture remains muddy for now. Our verdict: this is an unexplained geological anomaly that still has us all stumped. It's possible it was caused by a mud volcano, but that doesn't explain why the formation is made out of limestone. Luckily, we feel like we're in good company. The greatest minds on Earth are also at a loss. It's July 2016 in Mineral County, West Virginia. A nature photographer is taking pictures around Jennings Randolph Lake when she sees something mysterious and snaps a shot. Her photo shows a rock formation with an almost honeycomb appearance on its face, like a stone beehive. The pattern is geometrical, with straight rows of triangles and rhombuses, which make it look somewhat like a waffle. It's darker in color than the rock face and appears in relief, which makes it stand out. And journalist Eric Grundhauser confirms that it often draws curious visitors.
What makes it so evocative is the way that the shapes here and the design on the rock are so seemingly uniform. When we see natural formations, we often think of them as a little bit more random, a little bit more chaotic. But the design on Waffle Rock seems to be a bit more ordered. It seems to have a reason to it.
So it looks like the rock isn't random. And Grundhauser wonders if it's trying to tell us something.
One theory is that it is a design created by an ancient culture that was trying to leave some sort of message or hieroglyphic and left it in this indecipherable code.
If that were the case, it would have been chiseled into the rock. We know that ancient Native Americans in what is now western North Carolina etched this curvilinear motif into a soapstone boulder known as Chicxulub Rock more than 2,000 years ago. It is considered a mystical site of many Cherokees, but there's an even more ancient possibility.
Another theory is that this is actually the fossilized imprint of the skin of some kind of giant lizard left behind in the stone.
Specifically, some have speculated that it's the fossilized or even mummified remains of a dinosaur. Sound far-fetched? Well, look at this. This is the perfectly preserved mummy of a Nodosaurus dinosaur found by miners in Alberta, Canada in 2011. It got this way because it sank into the muck shortly after it died, preserving its skin and armor. Yet Grundhauser had one more idea about the rock's origin.
Still another theory posits that it was created by extraterrestrials, either created intentionally as some kind of map for other extraterrestrials or to mark their passing.
So, could this be the work of intelligent alien design? Though the Waffle Rock Formation is not at all common. Similar pattern stones have been found in Monongahela, Pennsylvania, and at Tinkerett Mountain in West Virginia. Still, this one in Mineral County is by far the largest. So what are these bizarre boulders and where do they come from? Let's turn to the experts. Anthropologist Kathy Strait considers that this could be an ancient artwork.
I'm not seeing anything typical of what you would see with Native American rock art. It's not a typical design. It doesn't have any kind of structure that a Native American would want to convey.
Perhaps then this is ancient writing, maybe even from a lost language. Archaeologist Dr. Ed Barnhart is an epigrapher who translates cuneiform hieroglyphics in unknown ancient scripts. He gives the strange pattern a look. This waffle rock doesn't follow any of the rules of making something that's communicating a message in stone. The reader and the writer have to agree on this symbols, or it doesn't work as a code. When you look at waffle rock, there is no pattern. It is very complex and very geometric. There's lots of lines, but there's no repeated or different symbols. If we can rule out man-made origins, what about the idea that this is fossilized skin or scales from an ancient creature like a dinosaur?
A fossil is simply the calcium in bone being replaced with rock through millions of years of being covered with mud. When I look at it, I don't see any fossilization at all. There's nothing there that would indicate calcium, like a bone structure, or any organics at all.
We turn next to geologist Bob Anderson. Perhaps Earth science might offer some guidance here. Could this be some sort of natural geological formation?
You'll see that there are multiple what we call joint patterns here. Now, what happens is that these are fluids that are running through this rock, either iron fluids or water fluids, even magma, was running through these cracks in the rocks, and it hardens and runs it away at a different pace. And so you see what's called a waffle pattern. And this is natural. We see in all kinds of crystals.
Anderson says the movement of tectonic plates caused cracks in the sandstone that likely filled with iron oxide, mixed with sand, and formed a hard cement-like material resistant to weathering compared to the surrounding stone. As the surrounding rock gradually eroded, it left behind the iron oxide pattern. Our verdict: this is a natural phenomenon, likely caused by iron oxide flowing into a crack in the rock and hardening into this pattern. Scientists who have studied the rock say the pattern formed hundreds of millions of years ago, so it had to have resulted from geological processes. The fact that it's made by nature makes the waffle rock even more intriguing. And in one of the most visually interesting rock formations we've ever seen, it's July 2020 outside Butte, Montana. Photographer Nicholas Warner has traveled to Dry Mountain to witness one of the strangest natural wonders in Big Sky Country. His drone footage shows a massive pile of rust-colored boulders that seem oddly out of place in contrast to the drab gray of the rocks lying nearby, and struck lightly with the head. Each boulder produces a bell-like tone. The rocks, depending on where you hit them, make a different sounds. I'm still kind of baffled by how it was able to make such a loud, distinct ringing sound. For whatever reason, this specific pile of rocks has some sort of strange quality to it. What's especially strange is that when rocks have been removed from this site, they no longer ring. Nicholas said the whole area has a kind of creepy feeling to it. It was that feeling where someone is watching you. It felt very uncanny. I would say that there's definitely some sort of mystical quality to the area. The bell bugs of Montana aren't the only ancient stones to produce this unique brand of rock music. Many civilizations believe these areas where rocks rated like they are hollow were special places of great mystical and spiritual significance. Ringing rocks evolved from various types and with differing sounds are found around the world at sites in the U.S., Mexico, Europe, Africa, India, Australia. But where did these massive, seemingly out-of-place stones come from? Author Jason Martell says something sound helped build the Egyptian pyramids. Maybe move these rocks as well.
Around the world, there's theories that using vibrational sound can actually levitate large stones. I think that perhaps they were moved using some type of a sound frequency.
Experiments have proven it's possible to levitate objects by using high-frequency sound waves to create a standing wave that acts as a force to counteract gravity. But can it work for something as big as boulders? There may be several sites around the world known for their ringing rocks, but there has been less investigation into the special property of these stones than you would expect, especially considering that humans have used them as music.
Restream's uploaded stream is how podcasters smash the beauty streamers, fitness coaches, and other business professionals from their channels. Upload your video to Restream and we'll stream it live to YouTube, Facebook, X, LinkedIn, wherever.
Feels so much lighter and fresher. Wash your hands after you filthy dragon. Wow, it smells like paradise in there. Not the squash is even the filthiest oldest, naturally.
Mystical and ritualistic instruments since before written history. So what's going on here? Our experts leave no stone unturned. We take the footage to our forensic audio analyst, Dr. Rob Maher, and deduce if the rocks were put here intentionally. First, he compares them to church bells.
The ringing rock has this characteristic here, which is loud and then it dies out as the ring goes away. And for the church bells here, you can see the same characteristic of the sound. You can see the start of that and then the decay. So the two sounds are distinctive. Our ear can tell the difference, but they share many of the same kind of characteristics.
So maybe these rocks were placed here on purpose to designate a spot as sacred as a church? But while the bell rocks share similar properties with the church bell, Maher says they don't show signs of being intentionally arranged.
Young minstrel chimes will ring for a much longer period of time. They're designed very specifically to give that sustained sort of quality so that they will have a longer duration of vibration and give us a different sound quality than the random collection of minerals in that rock.
So if nobody put these ringing rocks here, where did they come from? And why do they ring? NASA geologist Dr. Bob Anderson weighs in.
It looks like a pile of rocks that somebody might have dropped off. It's not. What it is, it's an old, what we call a plug or a batholith from a volcano that has been exposed. And it's breaking apart in all these pieces because of weathering.
A batholith is a large mass of intrusive igneous rock which forms from magma that's cooled after rising into the Earth's crust. Perhaps the most famous batholith is Half Dome in Yosemite National Park. Anderson says the secret behind the ringing is most likely a combination of the mineral composition of the rocks and the way joining patterns have developed as the rocks have eroded. That's why they only ring here. The resonance depends on how they are connected.
Most of these rocks are basalts, and basalts are igneous rocks that come up from the underground. What happens over the years, the rocks are breaking apart. Each of those rocks, as long as they're in connection, has that resonant standing wave that'll ring as a unit. But when you start seeing all these little pieces, now you're making up the orchestra. And so all the little pieces have a different pitch and different tone as they break apart and wither away.
Our verdict? This is a natural geological phenomenon. But we still can't explain why people feel a mystical presence around the ringing rocks. If you make a trip out there, maybe you'll feel it too. Just make sure you leave the rocks as you find them. It's October 2021 near the Taiba Oasis in northwest Saudi Arabia. Photographer Satish Javili is trekking through the remote desert area to document a magnificent sight. His shots show a monumental rock formation in the shape of a rounded rectangle. It appears to be a madonna, which is an isolated mass of stone. The 18 by 27 foot ochre-colored slab is covered in prehistoric petroglyphs of horses, camels, and hunters, shown in stark relief and detail. But these 4,000-year-old drawings are not the most notable feature of this formation. is reserved for a perfectly precise crevice that divides the rock in two. The crack is so straight and exact that it seems impossible it can be natural or even man-made without the most advanced precision tools. What's even more remarkable is that each half is balanced precariously on a pedestal, and the formation remains standing after millennia. Satish says he's never seen anything quite like it.
It is simply mind-blowing the way the rock has been split. The archaeological specialists have gone there, but nobody has come up with the right answer.
The large, solid boulder looks as though it was split in half with the aid of a precision laser. It's hard to believe this perfect crack down the middle could have been accidental. So here are a couple of things I want to show you with the El Nazla rock. First of all, this pedestal right here. This pedestal right here. Built for monuments to restore, right? Take a look at the line down the center. How does this happen? If you had a stone saw, could you cut the stone that perfectly? Again, there are petroglyphs all through this rock. This rock was created hundreds of thousands of years ago. And it has certainly spawned wild and amazing stories. Journalist Eric Grunhauser says one theory is that the people who drew the glyphs 4,000 years ago also split the rock. But did they have advanced enough technology at that time?
The ancient cultures of the area were working with much more rudimentary tools than one would expect to be able to create something with such precision. It's almost as if someone would have had to have had a laser or some sort of highly precision saw to create this sort of break.
There was a nomadic people roaming the Arabian desert a few centuries later who were known for their engineering skills.
It could have been created possibly by the Nabatean people, the same culture that created the Petrosite in Jordan, whose knowledge and expertise would have possibly been advanced enough to create something with such precision as we see in the Al Nazla Formation.
But even the Nabateans didn't have access to high-tech tools like laser cutters and circular saws. So the exactness of the cut has led some to speculate it could have been made by advanced ancient visitors from another planet.
Is it possible that the Al Nazla Formation was created by extraterrestrials? Was it left as a gift, not unlike the monolith from 2001, A Space Odyssey, to push humanity forward, to inspire us?
As early as the 5th century BC, the Nabateans began carving elaborate multi-story building facades into the red sandstone cliff faces of Petra. But that site is in Jordan, 450 miles away from the Al Nazla rock, and it involves more complex carvings in a single straight line through one rock in the middle of nowhere. So that might be a stretch. Let's see what our experts can dig up. Physicist Matthew Shadakis investigates to see if the rock in El Nazla could actually have been made by man or aliens.
I've taken an image of the Al Nazla rock and I've actually drawn two perfectly straight lines from my computer. And what you can see in several locations is that actually the rock pokes past the straight lines. So this gap is actually not perfectly straight. Humans could create cuts in rocks, and nearby civilizations here are known to have done that. No need for ancient aliens.
Since the line isn't actually as perfectly straight as it looks at first, perhaps it was made by people from the region. Archaeologist Dr. Ed Barnhart says nearby ancient civilizations, like the Egyptians, had special techniques for cutting into rock without high-tech tools.
The typical way that Egyptians would split a stone like this would be to get up on the top of it and peck holes into it in a line. Then, as they pecked the holes deep, they then put wooden stakes inside each one of the holes.
So the Egyptians would put the stakes in a straight line like the one seen in El Nazla.
And then they would water those stakes like you water a plant. When the wood expanded together as a line of stakes, they would pull the rock apart. And that split will travel through the whole stone and split it.
But geologist Dr. Bob Anderson says there aren't any telltale signs of this construction technique that you would expect to see on the top or sides of the rock if the crack was man-made.
There's no chip marks, there's no pieces. You don't even see fragments on the ground around it. That would would say that it should be the break.
So could this crack be caused by a natural disaster like an earthquake?
I realized that the data or this isolated rock here, it's not isolated. There's almost a trail of boulders going back. They're all cracked at the exact same location. You can see that the crack is a result of regional tectonic features.
So Anderson believes the rock may sit on the fault line, and it's likely an earthquake or shifting tectonic plates created a crack, not just in this boulder, but in other rocks along the same fault line. Or it could also be that the crack is a joint, which in geological terms means when a rock breaks naturally without displacement. It's rare, but sometimes the fracture can divide the rock in an unusually straight line. Another possibility is that freeze-thaw weathering may have caused the crack. But no matter how it was split in two, Anderson thinks erosion may have played a part in its near-perfect appearance.
The reason it looks so clearly cut is because it's been willowed out by the wind. It's being almost like sandblasted and polished, which has opened up that cracked floor.
The ground around and under the boulder eroded so much that eventually it was left just resting on these two natural pedestals. Someday the forces of gravity likely cause it to collapse. The Al Nazca rock has baffled scientists for centuries, but we think we finally found the true answer. Our verdict? Tectonic activity created a crack thousands or even millions of years ago. It was later perfected with erosion, which also made those pedestals the one no rests on. March 2021, the Fatra Dolzviak volcano in Iceland ends a nearly 900-year dormancy with an explosive blast. It's beautiful, but what's really eye-catching is this. A live feed camera set up to observe the eruption captures what appears to be two mysterious blue orbs hovering in the plume of smoke above the lava. Both seem unfazed by the heat and toxic gases. And when we zoom into one, we can see just how blue it is. There are roughly 50 volcanic eruptions going on at any time around the world, and many include strange lights and flying objects like these at Arenal volcano in Costa Rica, and this incident in Puebla, Mexico, near the volcano called Popocatépetl. In fact, sightings near volcanoes are so common, filmmaker Darcy Weir produced a documentary called Volcanic UFO Mysteries about the phenomenon.
We have so much documented evidence of UFOs around the volcanoes. It's possible that they may be energy events that could be offering a fueling supply to some of the UFO craft.
Just one volcano can produce more power than the combined nuclear arsenals of the United States, China, and Russia. So UFOs can use the heat of the lava to store and produce energy. Or another theory, volcanoes provide access to a network of underground alien bases all over the world.
Some people believe that if you build a base in a place that's dangerous for people to visit and find that that's a perfect defense against.
This goes back at least as far as 1947. Aviator Kenneth Arnold was flying over Mount Rainier, a dormant stratovolcano, and he claimed he saw a string of flying saucers. He's credited with coining the term. So why are UFOs jumping to volcanoes? And what exactly are we seeing in this region? Let's ask our experts. Let's consider the early explanations. First, could these be drones trying to record the eruption?
Geologists studying volcanic eruptions use drones that remotely transmit video back for scientific.
The temperature of lava spewing from a volcanic vent can reach 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to melt polar bear eggs. For drones, that would be a short one-way trip. But these orbs were visible for at least 30 minutes, far longer than drones can. And when we look at the volcano in daylight, a whole new set of theories arises. It's surrounded by hills, so maybe the orbs aren't actually in the air. They're on hillsides on the far side of the volcano. Could they be tourists or scientists with flashlights standing nearby to study the lava flow?
Where the temperature around you could approach 500 degrees just in the air around you, where a piece of paper that you put down on the ground will instantly light up on fire and flash the flame immediately. It's very hot. It's not a place for humans. They could not be flashlights in my view.
So maybe the answer is that the orbs spewed from the volcano itself and landed on the surrounding hills. D'Antonio notes their strange color.
What has been termed as blue lava is actually sulfur that's burning. And burning sulfur burns blue.
Also known by the Indonesian term api biru, blue lava usually burns along the ground and not in the air, and it's not often seen in Iceland. Looking close, the stationary orbs do appear to be flatter on the bottom, suggesting they may actually be sitting on a surrounding slope.
It's a very rare phenomenon, but it does happen. And I think that we're actually witnessing blue lava here as well. I think that it's fascinating.
So we know blue lava is rare in Iceland, but that's going to be our verdict, at least for now. Still, that doesn't explain all those UFO sightings around volcanoes the world over. Darcy Weir continues to investigate the subject, and we will too. July 13th, 2020, landscape gardener Ben Lendercombe is on a camping trip in Devon, England. There, in the sylvan silence, he comes upon a scene that looks anything but natural.
Walked about 15 minutes into the forest. It felt really eerie, and the woods were really dense, and just felt a bit of an eerie place. Then this big, like a crater, the perfect circle.
Uprooted trees create an oval-shaped clearing. Take a good look. There's no evidence of professional logging or landscaping. We slow down the video, and you can see the damage seems to be about 60 feet across, blown down trees right next to ones that are perfectly upright. Did something large land here?
Well, it's definitely a mystery. Who knows what it could be, but I've never had an answer back to me straight saying what it is. So I'll still believe it's a UFO. Stickies. Left. Set you free.
Strength that's with you every beat of your life. Drain here, stronger there. Journalist Aaron McCarthy says after it was posted, Ben's video made international headlines with video comparing it to another English phenomenon associated with possible UFO landing sites.
To me, whenever I see something like this, I think of things like crop circles because they are just really pushed down with some force. It doesn't look natural.
Southern England is the site of the famous Rendlesham Forest incident of 1980. Sightings of unexplained lights in the sky that became known as Britain's Roswell. So did we stumble upon the footprints of a British UFO? Or something we can't even guess? We turn to our experts for a closer look. Our military analyst Tim McMillan considers the possibility that a secret or experimental aircraft might have crashed here.
You talk about any type of aircraft, falling out of the sky or crash land, you're going to have an impact crater and you're going to see debris. So you can see a lot more going on. Definitely some physical evidence that would support any type of crash of anything.
Now, some have suggested this could have been caused by a meteor. If such a strike created a crater here, it happened long enough ago for most of the displaced Earth to fill in. But these trees look like they were felled recently. They're still green.
That doesn't really suggest that there was enough time for all of that meteor impact to have filled in and covered over in that kind of time.
If it's not a meteor, what about meteorology?
It doesn't take a terribly strong tornado to knock a tree over. Another possibility is what's known as a microburst, and that is something where a really intense downdraft forms within the thunderstorm, and it comes crashing out of the storm and then spreads out really violently, almost like you think about like a bomb went off.
Tornadoes and microbursts are uncommon in England, but Hinch looked up the weather history of that area to see if either is a possibility.
So when I looked at the radar, there were series of intense thunderstorms that were causing flooding and all sorts of damage throughout this part of England. My best guess is that given the damage pattern, a concentrated gust of wind happened to tear through that particular part of the forest and knock those trees down.
So, our verdict? Based on Dr. Hentz's analysis, We're going to say this seemingly supernatural event can be explained by the weather. Most likely a hyper-local wind burst of 90 miles an hour or so. But Wynn said that can't explain the eerie, otherworldly feeling he experienced in those woods. To him, the mystery remains unsolved. It's Independence Day in Alamance, North Carolina, and a local man is enjoying a barbecue with his family. Fireworks are going off intermittently, so he's been looking at the sky all evening when he suddenly sees something even more spectacular. It's slow. It's a classic orb-shaped UFO, the kind we've seen in several videos. Some real, some fake. And what makes this footage extra special is that it goes on for more than 8 minutes. Oh God, I wish I had some binoculars. Now look at what happens here at the 6.5-minute mark. Oh wow. Something's coming off of it. Two things are coming off of it. One went up and one's coming down. Holy crap. Look at this. The orb seems to bifurcate. And seconds later, it splits again. Oh, now something's coming out of the other. Holy. There's what's coming out.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Like other orbs seen around the world, this one had no wings or obvious means of propulsion. It's hard to judge its speed, but others have been clocked by commercial pilots at over 500 miles per hour. And it's pulsating too, man. That is nuts. Journalist Alexis Brooks, who writes and speaks about UFOs, says the duration of this sighting is important.
Some individuals that have long contact encounters, that is, exceeding 5 minutes or more, may actually be having a literal contact encounter without them being consciously aware of it. Could it be that non-human intelligence or the occupants of the craft were actually making contact with the witness, and vice versa?
Yeah, we got some action. The witness said he later tried to find some earthly explanation for the incident, even checking with a nearby military base. But to this day, he says he's got no answers. Our experts may be able to change that. Our video analyst, Mark D'Antonio, begins by looking at the surrounding factors involved in this event. I stepped through it frame by frame to try to isolate the components and equate them with something that we might already know. It's actually pretty high altitude. For starters, D'Antonio's positive it couldn't be a bird. Birds don't have that kind of reflectivity to them. Even geese at high altitude, you can still detect that they're birds. He's just as sure it's not a plane or a drone. Drones, they have to follow Federal Aviation Administration rules for lighting, and this object had none of that. Nor could it be a natural phenomenon like a meteor. It just hangs in the sky too long. Meteors are momentary objects. They go through the sky, and then they're gone. So what was it? The secret could be in that strange splitting. Here you can see, in this image, you can see how it's a teardrop shape, and these objects are falling away. And the object that's way up there has changed brightness tremendously now. My thinking takes me down the path of weather balloon. It certainly wouldn't be the first time a weather balloon was mistaken for a UFO. In fact, the government initially claimed it was a weather balloon that caused the Roswell incident. But that still doesn't explain how this thing could split apart and move off in different directions. I would guess that this is a weather balloon where whatever was attached to it broke off. And when something like this happens, the resistance of the air will tend to streamline it and make it more into a teardrop shape. And that shape is what I think we're seeing here. That theory sounds plausible, but then, to our surprise, atmospheric scientist Deanna Hintz shoots it out of the sky.
So I do think it's really unlikely that this is any kind of, weather instrument. They come down on a little parachute, and they wouldn't emit light this brightly like this. It doesn't seem to be meteorologically related.
So America, is it proof or not? It doesn't appear to be a bird or a plane. Could it be a weather balloon? Maybe. But a local weather service later told the witness there were none in the area. Until we get more solid information, we're going to call this a genuine UFO. Enigmatic radio broadcast that no one claims to run has been transmitting a monotonous droning sound like this one, virtually non-stop, for over 5 decades. The buzzing is occasionally interrupted by a voice speaking Russian. Ryan Schaum, an amateur radio enthusiast, runs one of many websites devoted to the phenomenon.
What originally got me into the buzzer was the mystery of it. Like who's broadcasting this, why they are, and what possible purpose could it have. I did kind of get hooked to it, so I just keep on searching for more information about it. That we can find some sort of rational explanation.
Investigator Chase Klotsky says thousands of dedicated enthusiasts like Ryan are heating up the internet with talk that the buzzer's origin is the former Soviet Union.
We trace it back basically to Russia. It could be anything from a communication device to speak to submarines or a coded way to speak to spies, their military.
There is another theory that the buzzer is part of a nuclear deterrent system, a so-called dead hand station.
The theory behind the dead man switch is that if Russia is attacked and decimated, the buzzer stops, and then nuclear weapons are automatically deployed in retaliation to the West.
The nuclear dead hand system is part of a long-standing policy called mutual assured destruction or MAD. If all sides know nuclear war is unwinnable, no one will start one. But is the buzzer really a part of that? Or does it have another disturbing purpose? Let's ask the experts. We turn to our military expert, Tim McMillan. He studied the history of the buzzer, and he's skeptical it has anything to do with news.
In 2010, the signal ceased. Fortunately, we didn't see the launch of any missiles. We didn't see apocalypse, and so that would suggest that it's probably not linked to some type of nuclear detonation device.
So, what about the submarine signaling theory?
When I first heard about this buzzer, I thought it must be a way to communicate with submarines deep in the ocean, but that requires very low frequency transmission.
ELF, or extremely low frequency waves, can penetrate seawater hundreds of meters deep. At these frequencies, the signal doesn't degrade much due to atmospheric conditions or the depth of the ocean. But Kaku said the buzzer works at a much higher frequency. So he thinks it's being used to communicate with people on land, but at a great distance.
You might say to yourself, well, why don't the Russians simply use the internet? Well, the problem with that is it's coherent. And so you want to use over-the-horizon radio for a certain kind of sensitive communication.
Shortwave radio is phenomenally good at sending messages past the line of sight because these messages actually bounce off the ionosphere and then come back down to Earth. So you can shoot messages across entire continents. These regular intervals of noise, they're basically saturating this shortwave radio channel so other people can't hop on the station and compete with you.
But why do that? Dr. Gottesman says that by claiming the frequency, Russia can use it at any time as a so-called numbers station to send secret messages, often hidden in a group of numbers as they are read out loud. And McMillan agrees.
It's fairly unsophisticated, but a great way to communicate with your deep cover spies who may be all the way across the world.
Other countries, including the U.S., have allegedly used so-called numbers stations for espionage. And if it's an old-school form of spycraft, McMillan says it's still useful.
The idea of continuing to use it today, why not? It makes your adversaries have to listen in, and it makes them try to crack a code that maybe you're not even using anymore. But it could be something else that we haven't even considered. And unknown. Who knows if it's nothing else? It's a mystery.
So our verdict is mixed. We're pretty sure it's a Russian number station, but we don't know exactly what sort of messages it's sending, if it's currently in use, or if it's a ruse, or if it's just a placeholder for the frequency. So for now, we're just going to have to keep listening with anticipation for the next big clue. In late 2016, several diplomats and other employees stationed at the U.S. Embassy in Havana, Cuba, report feeling ill after hearing a strange high-pitched noise. According to the Associated Press, this recording could be that noise. The sound is a high-pitched whine that seems to undulate, even rhyme, which produces a nails on the chalkboard effect. Similar attacks are later reported by U.S. officials in China, Austria, and Russia. Mark Polymeropoulos, a senior CIA official, believes he was targeted one night while on the stand. Wouldn't stand up and fall down and felt nauseous. I had incredible case of tinnitus ringing in my ears. So I knew something was seriously wrong. The sudden onset of peculiar side effects baffled U.S. officials. Studies later show the injuries resemble a concussion, but with no signs of impact. Not only are we subject to impact, but I think it's still ongoing. And that poses a lot of serious questions for the U.S. government. What was believed was going on at the time was diplomats were believing trapped by some sort of sonic weapon. Eventually, this is Havana syndrome. If the Havana syndrome is caused by some sort of sonic weapon, it would be the first time that sound has been weaponized.
This is something that goes far back in a more rudimentary form, using blaring loud music, different war songs. Now, as technology has advanced, there's been a lot of different hypothetical and actual practical operational platforms that use sound as a weapon.
The sonic weapon most commonly deployed today is the long-range acoustic device, which has been recently used by police departments to break up major protests and riots. The LRAD system was designed for crowd dispersal in a non-lethal way.
These kind of weapons are only advancing, but sound is being weaponized more and more.
So, folks, this is scary stuff and very real. What is that sound? Recorded in Havana. Did it make U.S. personnel sick? Or was there some other weapon or force responsible? Let's ask our experts. Is the sound a recording of a sonic weapon? We asked our audio expert, Dr. Ben Gottesman.
You can see most of the energy is concentrated between 2 and 3 kilohertz. This is a really sensitive spot when it comes to human hearing. It's why baby cries grab our attention so much. Whereas in the sound released by the Associated Press, we see that the frequency range is much higher, between 6 and 8 kilohertz.
Don't upload your videos to YouTube. Upload to Restream, where we will live stream it to YouTube and all your platforms at once. Get ready for 5 times more engagement and views. All the algorithms love streams and engagement, rewarding you with even more views. While you, sure that works, upload and stream from Restream.
Classic first-timers, they don't know that nearly half of all these cars have been in an accident. But Carfax shows how accidents impact price, so they don't have to overpay. Not boss.
Oh, what nonsense.
Shop the all-new Carfax.com. And so the frequency ranges of these two sounds do not line up.
But could this sound be some other sonic weapon? Gottesman has his doubts.
I've worked in some tropical locations, and there were times where I would hear very similar piercing calls. This sound is produced by a species of tropical cricket called the Indian short-tailed cricket. As you can see, the frequency range is a perfect overlap, and it also has similar harmonic characteristics. So I'm saying that it is a really clean match.
So the sound is just chirping crickets, coincidentally recorded at the moment people were getting sick. So, could Havana syndrome have been caused by a different kind of weapon, when people can't hear?
In the medical studies that have been done, including the National Academy of Sciences report, a microwave weapon is the leading culprit right now. And that's based on injuries that have been observed in different patients.
Way back in 1962, an American scientist, Alan Fry, suggested a microwave weapon could be used to raise the temperature inside a person's ear by a millionth of a degree. That would be enough to cause a victim to feel dizzy, nauseous, or experience pressure in their heads. And get this, Fry later lectured on the topic to the Soviet Academy of Sciences in Moscow. So could the Russians be behind some new technology?
Now, the injuries are consistent with exposure to microwave weapons. It's important to know that these type of weapons are not known to exist. So frankly, it really is a mystery. There's enough physical and medical evidence. It does appear to be a weapon, but what is causing it is truly an unknown.
that's a real concern. It's a split decision. Our verdict? The sound that was alleged to have caused the Havana syndrome is an Indian short-tailed cricket, coincidentally making that noise at the same time as the attack. But Havana syndrome itself is still an unexplained phenomenon. More than 130 U.S. officials have now been stricken. Recent incidents have even involved White House officials and our own nation's capital. It's March 2021, shortly before 5 p.m. Residents from all over San Diego County report hearing a mysterious sound that literally rattled the entire community. Let's look at that again. The security cam footage shows a tranquil view outside the front door of the San Diego residence, rocked by what sounds like a loud snap, almost like a huge racket has just smacked a giant tennis ball. The reverberations are so strong that they set off a nearby car alarm. Investigative journalist M.J. Benaya says skyquake events have been documented for centuries.
We have a lot of worldwide accounts of people hearing these strange, loud explosion sounds that just come out of nowhere from history and around the world. There are accounts in the Bible of individuals hearing sort of booming sounds of God. In the mythology of the Iroquois, the creator spirit was upset and would sort of emote by a large boom sound throughout the area.
Of course, some mystery booms have quirkier explanations.
In December 2020, residents of one New Jersey town were experiencing what they thought were skyquakes pretty frequently. The booms were so big that their houses were shaking.
The thunder spirit in this case was construction worker Rob Bukowski, who says he made this cannon from scratch using scrap metal.
I called and said, Bob, we're going to drop aliens were invaded. Like, they didn't know what it was, so they put on the news. So I called and said, hey, man, I think this is me.
Science reminds us that the Bukowski cannon, like its inventor, is a rarity.
That doesn't erase the countless boom phenomena that have occurred that seemingly have no explanation.
Local police got calls about the San Diego skyquake from all across the county. Adding to the mystery, seismic activity sensors didn't pick up anything at that time and location. So it's time to put our sound expert to work.
This boom was around half a second in length, with most of the acoustic energy below 1 kilohertz.
Acoustic ecologist Dr. Ben Gottesman says that most of the booms people hear are the result of human activity. So first, he looks at the possibility that it could have been tannerite, the explosive used in the growing trend of gender reveal parties.
First, as we see here, the frequency spectrum doesn't match. Also, this San Diego skyquake was heard across the county. This tannerite explosion doesn't have a radius beyond a few miles. And so we can rule out this sort of human-made explosive.
Next, Gottesman wonders if this could be Mother Nature in play.
Here we have a thunderclap. Similar to the San Diego skyquake, the majority of the energy is below 1 kilohertz. Unlike the San Diego skyquake, the sound lasts upwards of 10 seconds, whereas the San Diego skyquake was around half a second. So, to me, that doesn't really line up.
What about a sonic boom from a supersonic plane? Gottesman says it's possible.
So here we have an explosion that lasts a little bit less than a second. And that's similar to what we see with the San Diego skyquake.
But our aviation expert, Tim McMillan, thinks that's unlikely.
What we heard in that video, there's nobody owning up to it. There are also regulations in place to where militaries can't travel at excessive speed of sound to make sonic boom. For the very reason, disturbing the peace.
That's how explosives, thunder, and sonic booms. Where does it leave us?
The best conclusion we can come up to is their mystery.
So, as we've seen, many skyquakes can be explained. But the San Diego skyquake is not one of them. It remains unsolved by local officials and the world of sound science. Our verdict?
This is an unexplained phenomenon. In September 2017, in the city of Albacete, Spain, Noel Briggs, a Canadian man who runs an English language academy in the city, is sound asleep at 6:30 a.m. Suddenly, he's jolted wide awake by a loud noise. Noel goes out of his balcony, and as the thunderous sound continues, he starts recording. So, from the footage, we can see that the streets down below and the skies up above are completely empty, but the metallic sounds keep coming in waves.
There was construction in the area. My brain was saying construction noise. And I realized it was 6:30 in the morning on Saturday. I thought, oh, that's not right. That's not normal. I think it's even against the law.
Noel looks for answers online, and a debate ensues. Journalist Aaron McCarthy says a few claim they've heard a similar sound before.
There's a theory that these sounds are something what's called sky trumpets. These are strange trumpet-like noises emanating from the sky that have occurred all over the world. When people hear these sky trumpets, their minds automatically go to the book of Revelation, which says that there are 7 angels that will blow 7 trumpets that bring about a series of apocalyptic events.
The Bible says the Israelites heard very loud trumpet blasts that caused them to tremble when God was giving Moses the 10 Commandments on Mount Sinai. And many centuries later in colonial America, settlers reported hearing mysterious loud noises from the sky that the Iroquois told them were the sounds of the Great Spirit continuing to shake the earth. Several other physical explanations have been proposed for sky trumpets, everything from tectonic plates grinding to tidal waves. But since this event takes place in an urban setting, that might offer some clues to its source. Let's sound off with our experts. Since Noel had mentioned construction in the area, physicist Matthew Shadakis runs a Fourier transform analysis to see if that could be the cause.
A Fourier transform is a mathematical tool to take waves and determine what frequencies are in sound. Typically, heavy machinery has some frequencies that occur at 500, 700, 1,000 hertz. The frequencies do appear to match. What makes it unusual is that it doesn't seem to be a time of day where you could have construction or heavy machinery.
Noel confirms there was no work going on at the construction site that night. So meteorologist Juan Hernandez checks to see if a bizarre weather event could be to blame.
It is typical to see a thermal inversion in these parts of the country in Spain. A thermal inversion occurs when you have cold or cool air near the surface, and then you have warmer air aloft. Oftentimes, that acts as a wall to bounce off any sound waves that may have come from faraway places.
This means a sound dozens of miles away can deflect off the clouds at an angle. If that's what's happening, sound ecologist Dr. Ben Goddison thinks it could come from, get this, a shipyard 100 miles away.
So here we can hear a few things. The motors of different vehicles, maybe as they're moving things to and fro at this shipyard, but these impulsive sounds are not similar to the more droned out metallic sounds that we were hearing in the Spanish metal noise.
But Gottesman does concede that with the sound traveling such a far distance, there's a chance it could have been more.
As it's bouncing and traveling farther than normal, its frequency response can change because certain frequencies are able to reflect better than others. And that can lead to what was a very common sounding sound turning much more bizarre and strange because its frequency response is altered.
Yet Shinagas has still one more sneaking suspicion.
Unfortunately, the waters have been muddied by how easy it is to hoax a sound. I did a Fourier analysis of some scary fictional noises.
While this sound effect, which is almost identical to the one used for the smoke monster in the TV show Lost, is suspiciously similar, it is not an exact match. Our verdict, the source of the strange metal sound remains unknown. Yes, there's a chance it could have traveled from a far distance and been altered due to a temperature inversion layer. It's also possible the video was staged and the audio was added later. But Noel's an English teacher, not a known prankster, and he's always stuck by his story. As with many things, this one comes down to who you choose to believe.
Everyone uses the internet. In one way or another. And we believe your internet should be built for how you use it. So we're reimagining internet. Now based on how you use internet. It's the same G-Fiber that keeps winning awards like these. Now with new products designed for you. That's G-Fiber.
Take back control of your erections and optimize testosterone. It's daily dual action pill with prescription strength development for long-lasting erections to help you feel younger, stronger, and more energized. Let's think to naturally support the testosterone levels. The answer is 100% online. You can enjoy convenience. See why 73% of users report having more spontaneous energy. Get your edge back. Let's testosterone support. Start today at hills.com.
This story takes us to Ghana, specifically the highway that connects the industrial port of Tima with the energy hub Akusambo to the north. A man is driving along this well-traveled roadway when he stops to report this bizarre sight. A torrent of water appears to rain down from the sky, but only in one small spot.
We're literally looking at a waterfall in a very confined space, coming seemingly from the sky, and targeting an area just off the highway where this gentleman is filming, looking on with amazement.
Look closer. The driver pans his camera across the road to show the viewers it's not raining anywhere else. The pavement looks mostly dry, yet the downpour shows no sign of abating.
When people first saw this happening in real time and across the internet was something viral, there were a lot of different reactions.
One theory is that this hyper-local storm is just a freak of nature. We've all heard people say they saw it raining on one side of the street and not the other. Can it just happen? Consider this video from China in June 2018, where rain is falling on one side of the storm cloud but not the other. How about this torrential rain shaft in Gyeonggi, South Korea? What could be going on here? Could be something called a microburst.
Microbursts are an extraordinary phenomenon. The microburst leaves a massive depression in the ground, oftentimes smashing buildings, trees. A lot of people attribute this to other sorts of phenomena, even a UFO landing.
And here's another crazy example. This U.S. Geographical Survey photo of a super isolated rainstorm in Colorado is not quite as small as the Ghana squall, but it's still pretty unbelievable. Now, we know that water can play some strange tricks on the human eye. Look at this surreal footage of a phenomenon called laminar flow. And you can see from the video out of Ghana that bizarrely the water just keeps falling and falling, rushing out onto the ground. Could this all be just a hoax, an act of God, a mystery of science? We turn to our experts to see what they say about this extreme and extremely small deluge. Atmospheric scientist Dr. Deanna Hens examines if this downpour could be a true freak of nature.
When the view pans up, you can kind of almost see this domed appearance at the top of the water cloud. It's pretty hard to distinguish from the clouds in the background because those clouds are white, but it doesn't really seem all that connected together.
And maybe it's a spout of water, and people were confused because the clouds are the same color, making it appear the water's coming down, not going up. Theoretical physicist Dr. Michio Kaku agrees. There's something fishy here.
You can't see any source of the water. Water just comes out of nowhere. In physics, there's something called the conservation of matter. Matter cannot be destroyed or created out of nothing. So the water had to come from somewhere.
Kaku quickly figures it out, like you probably have too.
It's probably a pipe break of some sort. Water is under pressure. It shoots straight up, but then gravity and different kinds of oscillations take over and it starts to flange out. And it becomes a spray as it comes back down again.
So this video from Ghana has an explanation. But what about the clips of these other small storms? Are they also too good to be true? At the very least, it's confirmed that a microburst is a rare but likely phenomenon.
A microburst is this very intense downdraft that kind of rushes out the bottom of a cloud. And sometimes that downdraft is dry and it hits the ground and spreads out and it looks like a bomb went off. But sometimes those very intense downdrafts do come down with rainfall.
And Ken says the videos of isolated rainstorms, like the one out of China, all have telltale signs that they are the real deal.
One big difference with the video that's from China is that you can see that the rain shaft that's coming out of the bottom of that cloud spans a good chunk of the river and the surrounding buildings. That's all very localized, but the scale of it is more in keeping with what you would see coming from a cloud.
Our verdict? It is clear that the deluge in Ghana is coming from a broken water pipe or some other source in the ground. But these other photos and videos show actual rare weather phenomena. They're examples of microstorms that you may be able to spot if you're in exactly the right place at the right time. It's hard to imagine a more tranquil activity than flying a kite. So it's shocking when something so innocent turns potentially deadly. And this strange story ended had some people calling it a miracle. First, a warning, this video may disturb some viewers. In August 2020, in the city of Hsinchu in northern Taiwan, at an annual international kite festival, dozens of colorful, creative kites are soaring through the sky. Everything goes wrong. Cameras are rolling as the tail of a 75-foot-long kite snatches up a 3-year-old spectator in a strong gust of wind. This footage is unbelievable, but look again from another angle.
The girl is carried off into the sky, holding on for dear life. But at 3 years old, how would a child be able to hold on to something that seems so flimsy?
After about 8 seconds, the wind finally brings the toddler closer to the ground where people can grab them. What's most amazing, once freed, she only has some scratches to the neck. The footage is so crazy, it has people questioning if it could possibly be real. Now, it's true the girl may just have gotten tangled in the kite, but its material is so lightweight and slippery, it has people wondering if she could possess abnormal strength for a toddler that enables her to hold on while being whipped through the air.
All she had to do is let go. And that was game over.
So some believe the only way the girl could have survived this ordeal is with the help of divine intervention.
According to Christian faith tradition, each person has their own guardian angel. Believers like say that this would be an instance where a guardian angel is there to help safely guide her back to Earth.
Look closely at this clip of the incident. See those glowing orbs in the sky? Some have claimed those are guardian angels appearing as balls of light. These shocking clips show the enormous power of a sudden wind gust. Hurricane-force winds can even tear apart buildings. But did this video of the Taiwanese toddler actually happen? Let's turn to our experts to see if they were as blown away as we were. Forensic video analyst Michael Primo does a comparative analysis with various recordings of the event.
I didn't detect any evidence that these things were computer graphic generated or that these events were staged in some way, shape, or form. The movements of the operators of the cameras feels natural. They're almost surprised that this has happened.
If the video is real, we need an explanation. So, could guardian angels have protected this toddler? Catholic miracle researcher Michael O'Neill says the belief in guardian angels has been around since the 4th century. Yet O'Neill is also a trained engineer, and he thinks something else is at play.
Some have perceived orbs in the background in this image and therefore extrapolated that to mean angels being present. But because it was a festival of kites, those just look like other kites in the distance that maybe the sun is reflecting off of.
So if not through the help of angels, how did the girl remain attached securely enough to make it down safely?
It's definitely possible for a kite to provide enough force to lift a small child.
He's right about that. Just look at what this freak gust did to a kite surfer in Brazil.
But the thing that's really interesting here is how she's being whipped around by the tail on the kite, but yet is remaining attached. What we do know is that there are types of knots called binding knots that once they are around something, if you pull the string, it doesn't loosen the knot, it tightens the knot. So this means that the more the girl is whipped around by the tail of the kite, the more securely she's held by the tail of the kite.
You can see that particularly in this frame, where it appears that the tail going taut pulls on and tightens the knot. And biochemistry expert Amy Eskridge agrees that the wind may have actually helped secure the child.
As the gust of wind came through, it actually coiled around her, and that actually would hold her pretty securely, almost like a clove hitch sailor's knot.
Our verdict? Through a miracle of physics, the tail of the kite likely knotted so tightly around the toddler that she remains attached to it until making it back to the ground.
June 4th, 2020. Just another day in Detroit, Michigan. Tracy Bell is walking to her car with a friend as she catches a glimpse of something out of the ordinary.
What is that? What's going on?
Take a closer look. It appears to be a dark ring-like formation making its way through the clouds. Unusual for sure, but Tracy has her own idea of what she's witnessing.
Oh my God, the aliens have a plan.
That's not all.
Another was recorded in the skies over Moscow in 2018.
Then again in 2019 over a snowy field in Montana.
What are these? Was Tracy Bell right?
Oh my God, the aliens have a plan.
The fact that a person would jump immediately to UFOs isn't that far out in left field. A lot of reports come in of people seeing UFOs enter into clouds and not come out. So are they using it for camouflage? Your weight, your body mass index, all of that is part of the equation, but there's so much more. Our magnitude is amazing. This supports cognition, supports sleep. We're all just doing our best. We can all use better sleep.
I mean, what's that thing? I'm feeling bad enough for myself. And boy, did I have ever. I was like, some speculate these strange rings are created by jets, part of a secret worldwide conspiracy known as chemtrails.
Chemtrails or chemical trails is also known as geoengineering or climate engineering.
The papers say what we assume to be normal contrails are in fact laced with dangerous metals and chemicals which dissipate into the atmosphere.
Heavy metals like aluminum, barium, strontium, these are hitting us in ways that are deleterious to our health and to the environment.
But why? The theory goes that governments are doing this for nefarious purposes, like weather manipulation and population and mind control. 17% of people surveyed in an international study said they believe governments are involved in some sort of secret atmospheric program. Is that what's going on here? Or maybe these are alien ships masquerading as clouds. We went to our video analyst, Mark D'Antonio, to take a closer look.
Our first question, is this a UFO?
Really, it's pretty cool looking. Is it some kind of unidentified object? What is this ring in the sky?
But D'Antonio says in his years of research, UFOs come in various shapes. Triangles, stars, orbs, and never rings.
I've never seen one in association with UFO report. This doesn't fit the classic profile when it comes to a UFO.
So if we're not looking at a UFO, then could they be chemtrails?
Chemtrails are typically described as long, feathery materials, but in this case, it doesn't fit the profile for the classic chemtrail spray that we've been hearing about throughout our history.
So, are we looking at some sort of weather event? We take that question to atmospheric scientist Dr. Deanna Hintz, who examines the video filmed by Tracy Bell.
It's at an altitude that's much lower than all of the cloud that's around it. And a perfectly circular thing is not something we frequently see, and especially not so low in the atmosphere.
And Hintz finds another glaring clue which rules out weather anomaly.
Another thing was the ring's color. The fact that it was so dark doesn't suggest that it's made of water. This is something that's more akin to smoke or soot, something of that nature.
Okay, so we've narrowed it down to a smoke ring. What could possibly cause one so large? D'Antonio has a theory.
This object is potentially created by a diesel engine. Diesel engines have a long coal stack, and when they start up, they typically will expel a lot of black smoke. Boom, and off they go.
This video proves it. Watch the formation of a smoke ring.
As that plume is pushing through all that colder air around it, it's actually going to wrap up the smoke that's already in that circular shape. So that combination creates that nice ring.
So there you have it. It's likely these rings were created by a factory smokestack or some sort of large engine. The good news is that we're not looking at a worldwide government conspiracy or even something from another planet. The bad news is just more evidence of how we're polluting ours. Our verdict, smoke rings. It's July 2022, and the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, is exploring the submerged Mid-Atlantic Ridge, or MAR. It's part of the longest mountain range in the world. As the researchers sink to the depths, journalist Aaron Grunhauser says they spy a strange sight.
The really amazing thing we're seeing is this perfectly straight series of holes or indentations that don't even look circular, but instead look rectangular or oblong.
Take a closer look. This uniformly spaced out trail of small holes looks like someone created it. If so, how did the person get down here? This site is about 1.5 miles below sea level. At that depth, the pressure on the diver would be equal to an elephant stepping on your big toe. So Grunhauser says some suggest this might be evidence of some kind of covert operation.
Is it possible that these odd holes are actually the remnants, the leftover patchwork of a former military base or a secret underwater laboratory?
We know the U.S. Navy has a deep water facility in the Bahamas to test underwater vehicles and weapons, but maybe there are undercover bases hidden from the public that the government uses to conduct espionage or highly classified weapons tests. Author Jason Martell says others wonder if these holes could have a more otherworldly origin, such as a kind of alien craft known as the USO, an unidentified submerged object.
Maybe something has landed at the bottom of the seabed, and these are the actual imprints left from this technological craft.
The U.S. Navy has documented numerous encounters with alleged USOs that reportedly fly in the air and then dive underwater. Most recently, this now famous 2019 incident in the Pacific reported by the USS Omaha.
Splash.
But others suggest this pattern was created by an unidentified sea creature.
To wonder if these aren't created by a pod of beaked whales. We know that beaked whales poke holes in the sand searching for their prey.
Yet, these holes seem like they would be too small to be made by a whale, so perhaps they're from some yet undiscovered beast. Home to
thousands of species and running north to south from the Arctic to the lower tip of Africa. The mid-Atlantic ridge is about 10,000 miles long, yet it's not done growing. The ridge spreads about an inch a year. With such a large reach, it still holds so many unsolved mysteries. Our ocean holes remain one of them. Geologist Dr. Bob Anderson looks into whether these holes could be the result of man-made technology.
There are a lot of not just cables across the ocean floor, but piping for oil companies. And this looks like it could be something man-made, where the cable is coming up to the surface and you can see parts of it.
However, Anderson says there is a big but.
If it was an active gas line, you would believe to be seen active all the time, because the gas would be flowing through the pipes. But you don't see that.
So what about a man-made or alien-made underwater structure? Marine biologist Dr. Shane Steingas sinks that theory.
If this were the remnants of some mysterious underwater lab, I think we'd see more elements to it than just these small series of holes here. As it is, this seems like a relatively small feature.
Steingas also takes a bite out of this having anything to do with marine-like feeding habits.
There are some kinds of animals like beaked whales that use suction feeding to actually suck their prey out of the ocean substrate. And I would say that's pretty unlikely because of the formation of these particular structures.
Here you can see what scientists believe are the markings left by a beaked whale on the seafloor. The tracks are not as rectangular or as evenly arranged as the straight line of divots in the mar. So if these uncanny ocean holes do not originate from man, nor beast, nor alien, what's left? Anderson said the answer is the Earth itself.
When you have these tectonic plates that are shifting and moving, they could cause little fissures opening up. And when that happens, these gases trapped inside these areas get released pretty fast.
The release of the gases creates a void into which the sediment above collapses. When pit craters form along the fissure or fracture lines, they can develop into what's known as a pit chain.
The pit chain usually are big enough where people can go into them like caves into the ground. These are like miniature pit chains.
Our verdict? We will lean on Anderson and call these ocean fissures that have created many pit chains. Similar pit chains have been discovered on Mars and other neighboring celestial bodies. And because our oceans can have similar conditions to those on other planets, we are able to see a little bit of cosmic wonder right here on Earth.
Sticky. Lex sets you free.
Get your home ready to entertain in style at Ashley's Fall Savings Event. Save up to 20% store-wide. And Hi-Fi's start at just $2.99. Plus get 0% interest up to 60 months with no minimum purchase. Only at Ashley.
3 days. The monkey was able to open his eyes. He was able to hear, see, and smell. And as a result, it could show that this procedure could be done. It could work. Even at our stage on Earth, we have the ability to transplant one head onto another creature. Now, that certainly argues for the possibility that various entities, like the Minotaur, the Hydra, and even the Griffin, could be created by advanced transplantology. If extraterrestrials visited Earth in ancient times, it might the tales and depictions of weird hybrid monsters actually provide evidence of alien contact? Or do they provide clues to our own future? A future that may be closer than we think. In 2003, Chinese scientist Wei-Shen Chang at the Shanghai Second Medical University successfully fused human cells with rat eggs. The embryos were the first human-animal hybrids created through genetic engineering. She took rabbit egg cells
and removed all of the nuclear material from all of the instruction set that tells them to develop into a rounded embryo. She replaced it with a similar instruction set, but from a human cell. So essentially, the embryo was human, small elements of rabbit.
Why would researchers want to combine rabbit DNA and human DNA? First reason is for medical research purposes, organ transplantation. The second reason is to create an enhanced human. That is, give the human some sort of quality they might not have unless spliced with a rabbit gene. Although it's hard for me to imagine what that would be.
A year later, in 2004, researchers at Minnesota's Mayo Clinic created pigs with human blood flowing through their bodies.
One of the animals that's actually quite close to us, surprisingly enough, in terms of genetics, is the pig. One of the ideas that's been put forward is the idea of literally having almost like pig factories to grow hearts for people who need a heart transplant. Literally, you would have a pig's heart inserted into your body, and with certain drugs to prevent the organs being rejected, you could live a full and viable life. At this moment in time, medical technology is able to create weird situations, genetic things which shouldn't really happen and which do not happen unless you start to make genetic modification. This is evidence of manipulation of the genetically available material. We are creating hybrid monsters as we speak.
If modern science today would be able to create a hybrid being, a mixed being, then that would in essence corroborate the ancient alien theory, because we're merely saying that what today is being discovered is a rediscovery of what already took place thousands of years ago, meaning genetic experimentation. But is there any actual evidence of DNA splicing in the ancient past? In 1849, in what is now Iraq, British archaeologist Austin Henry Layer uncovered numerous Sumerian clay tablets inscribed with cuneiform script dating to 4000 BC. Based on interpretations of the tablets, ancient astronaut theorists believe an advanced race of intelligent beings arrived on Earth 450,000 years ago during the age of Neanderthals. And through genetic engineering, they created Homo sapiens, what is commonly referred to as modern-day human beings.
The Sumerians talk about a civilization that came here from above on another planet called Nibiru. They call these creatures the Anunnaki, high-level people who came here to mine for gold. And in order to do it, they needed to genetically alter the species that happened to be on the planet at the time. They created man according to the Sumerian text.
It's very possible that we exist as the result of gene manipulation experiments. There are so many stars and galaxies out there in space that it's impossible for a scientist such as myself to say that there are not alien species out there who could have visited the Earth at some point in the distant past. So it is entirely possible that someone or something could have come along and manipulated those organisms.
So this inherently means that if extraterrestrials tampered with our own DNA, they could have also tampered with animal DNA. They could have used all sorts of DNA from every single animal on planet Earth.
The creation of a chimeric monster is certainly something that will probably be possible within the next 20 to 30 years. We have the technology now to create these kinds of chimeras, something that might be perceived as a monster. But what we don't have right now is the technology to bring such a creature to term. But that's only a matter of time.
If the mythical monsters of the ancient past really did exist, what were they? Messengers from alien gods? Products of genetic experimentation? Biomechanical weapons? And if they did exist, where is the physical evidence? Still buried miles beneath our feet? Or were they, in fact, still out there, somewhere, waiting to return?
Choosing internet shouldn't be confusing. It should be based on how you live. Whether you're a casual streamer, a tech-forward super user, or a smart do-it-all-from-home. New products designed for how you live. That's G-Fiber.
Gatorade has the #1 proven electrolyte blend, designed to hydrate better than water, made to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel, so you can lose more sweat. Run the game. Gatorade. Is it in? It waves to other dimensions. To the mind, it's misrepresented the passageway to another world. Hidden dwellings for strange beings. They were the first inhabitants of the planet Earth. Secret vaults of cosmic knowledge. It's almost as though they're opening a doorway to communicate with these divine beings. Since the dawn of man, caves have been a source of great mystery. But could the darkest recesses of our planet really be hiding some mysterious power? And within their depths, might we find evidence of extraterrestrial visitors?
In some ways, exploring the underground cavern world of planet Earth is the final frontier.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, might there be a connection between aliens and the Earth's forbidden caves? Central India, July 2014. While exploring caves in the region of Charan, which are known to contain prehistoric artwork dating as far back as 10,000 years, an Indian archaeologist, J.R. Barkar, makes a stunning discovery.
The Indian government and Times of India had a major story about rock paintings found recently in central India that seem to show these tall beings, and they do not seem to have a nose or a mouth. And nearby is this three-legged disk.
The Times of India actually proposed the idea, what if what we have depicted here are some type of extraterrestrials, or at least some type of flying craft, because the basis for much of the Hindu pantheon of gods.
Ancient Hindu texts, like the Vedas and the Puranas, record stories about extraterrestrials existing on other planets. And the Mahabharata, one of ancient India's two major Sanskrit epics, contains stories about gods coming to Earth in flying machines. Even the legends specific to this region tell of a mysterious race of beings known as the Rohela, who descended from the sky and abducted local villagers. Could the newly unearthed cave art be a visual record that extraterrestrials
frequently visited here. There was an obsession of ancient human beings to depict things that they saw. And I think they did it with carvings on caves because that's what they saw. But what is it about caves that made them the ideal canvases for ancient peoples to chronicle their experiences?
Caves are hugely significant in ancient mythology and in legends, especially about the gods. They seem to be kind of a luminal point, a boundary place where the gods and humans can meet. There is a whole hidden underground room of planet Earth that we're only just now beginning to discover. We don't know what's there, but we could be discovering all kinds of amazing things. And it's possible that there are entire cities under the earth, whole cavern metropolises that are talked about in legends.
But while ancient cave art often reveals the type of animals our earliest ancestors encountered and their means for hunting them, there is a surprising number of depictions of strange-looking figures and objects that defy any conventional explanation.
In Australia, the Wandjina people, they painted images on their cave, which eerily looks like the so-called graves made in the ocean world today.
You have the strange petroglyphs in the Ahagar Mountains in southern Algeria. You've got strange rock art too in the American Southwest. And when you look at it, and even have the natives explain it to you, they say things like, oh yes, he's the Martian god, or these are the star people coming from the sky.
How do we explain so many different cultures across thousands of years and thousands of miles, producing such consistent visual representations?
The ones that were discovered in some of the African caves, it's too similar to what has been discovered on every continent for it to be complete coincidence. So it's this whole idea of the spark of initial inspiration. What is it that they witnessed? And could it be that they witnessed extraterrestrials?
One of the more intriguing aspects of the cave painting that seem to show aliens is why are they inside caves? This has sort of given rise to the theory that maybe these aliens perhaps have permanent bases on the planet underground. Maybe ancient man saw them coming out of some of these caves and caverns and then realized there was a relationship between the aliens and the cave.
In ancient times, caves were places of shelter, but is it possible our ancestors were also using caves to record and protect information about extraterrestrial beings who played a role in our existence? Perhaps the answer can be found halfway around the world in the American Southwest. The Grand Canyon. This epic 277-mile long, 1 mile deep fissure exposes millions of years of geologic strata. Imprinted onto this dramatic landscape are petroglyphs that depict everyday life as experienced by the first inhabitants of the region. But in one of the most remote corners of the canyon is a small cave covered with artwork that mystifies experts. Some refer to it as the shaman's panel because it appears to depict scenes of the supernatural.
All around the Grand Canyon are unusual sites and sacred sites. And then you have the shamans found there in the Grand Canyon, which seems to show these long, tall, extraterrestrial type figures.
Like the strange-looking beings found in the cave in Chirama, India, the figures depicted on the shaman's panel are oddly elongated and are also thought to have been created as many as 10,000 years ago. And just as in Chirama, the native Hopi people here also have detailed accounts of extraterrestrials who came down to Earth.
In the Southwest, the Pueblo Indians, such as the Zuni and the Hopi, believe that there is an entrance into an underground world, and it is located in the Grand Canyon, and it's this mythological underworld of caves and extraterrestrials, the Ant People.
The Hopi have this concept of the Ant People. The Ant People are very thin. They have elongated heads. And the ancestral Hopi people did make pictures of these ant people, which still survive today.
Is it possible the rock art found here and elsewhere around the world is evidence that the Earth's first inhabitants had contact with otherworldly beings? And if so, might there be some significance to the fact that many of these strange petroglyphs are found in and around caves? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and suggest further evidence can be found by examining the ritualistic practices that continue to be performed inside caves even to this day. The Himalayas, northern India. Every summer, hundreds of thousands of Hindu pilgrims brave an arduous journey. They cross many miles of deadly terrain to reach the Amarnath Cave, a place of worship for thousands of years.
12,756 feet above sea level in the Himalayas is the most revered holy pilgrimage site for all of the people who follow the Hindu faith. People die because of high altitude sickness, but they just simply fall off the cliff. And still people go there because it is considered to be the most holiest shrine.
According to local lore, this massive cave is where the god Shiva revealed the secrets of immortality and the creation of the universe to his wife Parvati. To honor Shiva, worshippers pay their respects to a sacred relic inside, an ice lingam, which they believe is a physical manifestation of his generative power.
To reveal the secret to transcending the flesh, the secret to true immortality, makes that site of extreme importance to the people in the Hindu faith.
To the Hindu faithful who risk life and limb to reach the Amarnath Cave, this story is a real account of an otherworldly being who is at this exact location here on Earth. But why would Lord Shiva choose to divulge his divine secrets in a cave? Could caves really hold special properties that have made them places of worship throughout history? Interestingly, the Amarnath Cave is only one of hundreds of caves around the world that have been at one time considered sacred. Archaeologists believe a 20-foot long serpentine rock carving in Botswana's Rhino Cave was the focus of religious ritual as far back as 70,000 years ago. And cave monasteries can be found in France, Russia, Thailand, Ethiopia, and Hungary, just to name a few.
I don't think this is a coincidence that places refuge where one can contemplate silence inner voice without the distractions of the day.
One thing about caves is they're underground, they're unseen. Well, religion is about unseen things. Going into a cave is going into holy ground. Is the mysterious nature of caves enough to explain why they have been revered as sacred places by different cultures and religions all over the world? Ancient astronaut theorists suggest there may be a more profound reason, which can be found by examining the stories behind our ancestors' rituals. Yucatan, Mexico, 2008. Mexican archaeologists exploring just outside the capital of Merida made an historic discovery: an aquatic underworld full of mysterious offerings to the Mayan gods, including human sacrifice.
What they found was a system of 14 caves, and in them were stone temples.
I hired 10 everyday Americans to come up with creative ads for these iconic brands. But spending millions of dollars. Real money, real business. NBC's Congress with Jimmy Fallon was now on TikTok.
Swipe right.
Look, Mom. Wow. Wish I bought Dixie. These weak store brand plates for hard work. It's a heartbreak. Next time, get Dixie Ultra Plate. 3 times stronger than the leading store brand. Dixie, make it right. Is hunger holding you back? Eat Hydroxycut Hunger Control plus weight loss. It's powered by Store Bio. Patented prebiotic fiber plus complex. Shown to help subjects reduce hunger by 74% at 2.5 hours. Hydroxycut Hunger Control plus weight loss that works.
And they were all linked together. And it was thought that what they had discovered was the Mayan underworld known as Xibalba.
Some of its work as underwater divers would have had to hold their breath and go down and hardly underwater to make this possible. They were very devout, to be sure. Central to the heavily Mayan ritualistic society was the belief that in order for them to rejoin the gods in the next life, the dead must make their way through a dark and perilous journey.
In the mythology of the Maya, we have these incredible references to Xibalba, which means the underworld. And we can read about it in the Popol Vuh, which is the book of the jaguar priests.
Some historians believe that the caves discovered in 2008 are indeed those caves that represented for the Maya the passageway to Xibalba, the underworld. But ancient astronaut theorists propose Xibalba as a more cosmic connection.
One of the most famous code breakers, her name was Dr. Linda Sheila. She dealt with the Maya language all her life. She is actually one of the people who have suggested that there is another meaning for Xibalba, and that's the Milky Way.
To the Mayans, who were very good astronomers, this represented the passageway to another world, Xibalba. The middle. So when they refer to the underworld, they're actually referring to the sky above.
This suggests that the cave could be a portal in which extraterrestrials are actually able to come and go freely from their plane of existence to our own.
Is it possible that the Mayan stories of Xibalba were not describing a passageway to the afterlife, but a portal to another part of the universe? Ancient astronaut theorists suggest that caves have become places of ritual
because they have a direct connection to extraterrestrials, and claim that further proof can be found by examining the mysterious sky caves of Nepal. Shikoku Island, Japan, the 8th century AD. A young monk named Saiki Mao was deep in the mountains doing his spiritual training when he decided to enter a small cave called Kurudo and meditate. While inside, he had an encounter that he would later credit with bringing him enlightenment, and he emerged from the cave as Kogai, a high priest who would become one of Japan's most important historical figures.
Many Buddhists have reported enlightening experiences in caves, and one of the most famous stories involved the monk Kukai. He's the individual who brought esoteric Buddhism, Shingon Buddhism, to Japan from China. And according to his autobiography, he was meditating in a cave at Cape Maruto, and he had fixed his eyes on the morning star. The morning star flew towards him, entered his mouth, and in front of him he saw an image of the Bodhisattva Akasagatva. And Akasagatva in Japanese is known as Kokuzo Bosatsu. So we have this spiritual being surrounded by light. Perhaps he even used the light to travel there.
After this encounter, Kukai suddenly had great wisdom, including the ability to comprehend 85,000 Buddhist texts. But what happened inside the Kurudo cave that led Kukai to enter this enlightened state? Kokuzo appeared to Kukai in the cave and he was in his trance and basically informed him that he was a conduit to the universe and channeled through his body when he could tell you anything about the stars, the planet. It was almost as if he tapped into a database.
Some even perceive that the cave is similar to a womb. So a human being enters as a normal mortal, they engage in ascetic or meditative discipline within the cave. When they exit the cave, they're no longer a typical mortal, but they're more akin to a saint, or even Buddha.
What could the enlightenment found inside caves be coming from an extraterrestrial source inside the Earth? Some ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and suggest evidence of this might be found in the fabled Nirvana known as Shambhala and the sky caves of Mustang in Nepal.
Some say Shambhala is a mythical city that's located somewhere in the mountains in the Himalayas. Its inhabitants are supposed to be fully enlightened beings who have access to a great amount of technology, which comes from the enlightenment itself.
So it's always seen caves as psychology, but in altered states of consciousness. Other civilizations that exist inside of
The sky caves of Pakistan are interesting because there are 100 or so man-made caves carved into the face of the cliff, and are only accessible by these huge vertical shafts. And inside these caves, we have huge statues of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas.
And Buddhists are not alone in this belief. Hindus also revere caves as places where monks can go to find wisdom. The sadhu are Indian holy men who basically lead a life of deprivation, self-imposed exile in the caves, so that they can enter these altered states of consciousness. They definitely believe that caves are a conduit to communicating non-human entities.
It's almost as though they're opening a doorway into a spiritual consciousness in which they're able to communicate with these divine beings and hopefully become divine themselves.
Other important figures throughout history also attribute their life-altering secret epiphanies to mysterious encounters that happened in caves.
The life of a great artist and inventor Leonardo da Vinci.
He had some unusual and important experience at the mouth of a cave. Right after that, he disappeared for 2 years. And right after that, he began a spurt of creativity that was awesome. In art and in science, he invented the first self-propelled vehicle and the imagined flying machines.
Joseph Smith wrote that the angel appeared to him in the name of Moroni, the year 1827. He told Joseph Smith he should go to a certain room, and in the middle he should put a stone plate away, and inside he would find a cave, and in the cave he would find unknown writings.
As all the words know, he found the gold tablets which contained the vast amount of data. Why are there so many accounts of humans having enlightening experiences inside caves? Is there something about caves themselves that facilitate such extraordinary experiences? Could it be that these people are coming into contact with an extraterrestrial presence? Ancient astronaut theorists suggest that cosmic knowledge may be stored in the very walls of these caves themselves, and that the proof can be found in Central America, 1,000 feet underground. Chihuahua, Mexico, April 2000. Miners excavating 1,000 feet below the mineral-rich town of Nika drilled through a cave wall and made a stunning discovery. A glittering cavern full of giant crystals that are 500,000 years old. The Cuevas de Cristales, or Crystal Cave in northern Mexico, is a very unique site. Four giant crystals as big around as a car that stretch from the floor to the ceiling of the cavern. It's a remarkable thing to see.
The incredible cave of the crystals in Mexico was just accidentally found. And the discoverers were completely astounded with these giant gypsum crystals. It's fantastic and reminds a person of the Fortress of Solitude of Superman, where all this information is encoded into these giant crystals.
Now, the significance of this is extremely important to the indigenous people of northern Mexico, in fact, all of Mesoamerica, in that the crystals themselves were considered sacred. They vibrated, and they believed there was all sorts of properties involved with crystals that would provide them a way to communicate with the gods. Many ancient myths tell us that there are magical apparatus that are made out of rock or stone or crystal.
If we look at the properties of many of the caverns and caves, we see that there's usually some type of lining of crystal or quartz. And we know that crystal has a vast ability to store information. Maybe some of these caves are actually storing information, and that ancient people who meditate in caverns are tapping into this knowledge.
Like caves that are rich in quartz or crystal really possess some special power that our ancestors were aware of. Ancient astronaut theorists point out that the scientists today are discovering that crystals do, in fact, have very unique properties.
Quartz and other crystalline structures oscillate at incredibly well-defined frequencies when you hit them mechanically, and they can be activated electrically through an effect known as the piezoelectric effect. So you can put quartz in a watch and use it as a very accurate heat device. So quartz could be used in conducting or communicating certain signals.
In the Silicon Valley of California, quartz is used to manufacture the small integrated circuits found in computers because of its strong semiconducting properties. Computer chips are also made with the form of the mineral quartzite, which is a highly condensed form of quartz. Today, computer engineers are working on how to physically manipulate crystals so that digital data can be stored inside them forever. The media has dubbed these hard drives of the future Superman memory crystals.
So, Superman is one of our superheroes who came from outer space. He came from the planet Krypton. It was in the process of being destroyed, so his parents saved him and sent him in a spaceship to our planet. One of the interesting things in the Superman story is that his father was able to program a crystal that traveled with him that he was able to use to construct the Fortress of Solitude from. And it was basically a crystal structure, essentially a cave, where he could both get away from things and he could use the crystals in there to get information. So one of the things that's interesting in the Fortress of Solitude is the way that the quartz technology or crystal technology seems to be underlying everything. And so a future that we're looking at is using light in computing. You have to figure out ways to trap light and to store it, basically to create bits on and off and have the light last long enough that the signal stays there and the memory is stored.
What's the power of crystals? Something the ancients not only knew about, but utilized by building structures that would harness and transmit it. A lot of the pyramids had either granite or some type of crystalline surface. For instance, Giza, those great pyramids were tough with an obelisk made of shiny granite crystal. And when we look at an obelisk, it very much resembles some type of power plant, a Tesla coil. Ancient times, the obelisk was always a symbol of power. Maybe this wasn't just emotional power, but actual physical power that was being harnessed by these objects. Crystals are transformers. They hold energy. And indeed, caves are thought of as hotspots where you have earth energy emerging from the planet. If scientists today are looking into the technological uses for crystal, is it possible that there are extraterrestrial civilizations that have already mastered this technology? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and in the mineral properties found inside caves enable some of the world's most astounding miracles. Bethlehem. The Church of the Nativity, built around 330 AD by the first Christian Roman Emperor Constantine, is one of the oldest continuously operating churches in the world. Having survived invasions, regime changes, fires, and earthquakes. Many claim that the church is protected by a higher power because it sits above a cave that some Bible scholars believe to be the true birthplace of Jesus Christ.
There are many books about the story of Christ's life, Jesus' life, which never made their way into the Bible. And one of them is called the Book Evangelium of James. And in that story, Joseph and Mary are approaching Bethlehem, and Mary says, "I'm going to give birth." And he thinks for a minute and said, "Oh, I know a cave near here." And they're met at the entrance to the cave by a brilliant light. And when the light dissipates, there's Mary holding Christ in her arms. And if you look at Byzantine painting, the Nativity is always represented in a cave.
According to the Gospel of Luke, Mary gives birth and places the baby Jesus in a manger, but no actual location for the nativity is given. It is known, however, that caves at the time were commonly used as shelter for livestock. Going back to the 3rd century, they started this idea that he was actually born in a cave. But then they also described the tomb of resurrection as a cave. It's a simple hollowed out room that has a circular stone at the entranceway. The Bible does make point that when Christ is taken from the cross, and he's buried in the
environment here. This idea of a cave being a place where someone who is a divinity comes and someone who is divinity leaves. So it's almost that passages are happening in caves.
Constantine's building program, churches in the Holy Land, began by building churches over caves associated with key mysteries of the cave. He built the church over the site of Jesus' birth. He built the church over the site of Jesus' crucifixion, where the Church of the Holy Sepulchre stands today. And he built the church on the Mount of Olives over a cave associated with the site of his ascension. Is there some significance to the fact that both Jesus' birthplace and resurrection may have occurred inside caves? Some ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and claim there may even be physical evidence that what happened in these caves was something other than miraculous.
The Shroud of Turin is certainly the most important relic of the resurrection. This extraordinary imprint of the crucified body on this cloth that no one has ever been able to accurately explain or reproduce.
So it was an intense burst of energy which created what we have called the Shroud of Turin. So all radiation is very intense and powerful.
We know with 21st century technology that the Shroud of Turin is a first century garment. And we know beyond a shadow of a doubt that it could not have been painted or in any way created. So the Shroud of Turin gives us an exceptional piece of evidence that something powerful happened in that tomb.
And when they came to see him the next day to view his body, he was gone. Two shining beams, not human beings, met these two witnesses outside the tomb, and Christ had risen, and that didn't part. It's possible that that cave was acting as a sort of a gateway or a portal, because in many of these stories, caves link earth and heaven. Could the Shroud of Turin really be evidence that something of a technological as well as a spiritual nature took place in the cave where many believe Jesus was resurrected? Reports of humans encountering the divine in or near caves come from all corners of the globe, going back thousands of years. We look at the prophet at Mount Hira, using a mountain in a cave, he's praying and meditating. He hears the voice of man. Ikra, which means to recite. And so he recites music. According to the Hebrew tradition, prophet Elijah, who existed around 9 BCE, lived in a cave. According to Greek mythology, Zeus was born in a cave. Caves are often understood in religious traditions to be gateways to the underworld. So caves are worshipped throughout the Mediterranean, usually because a god is associated with that cave. A god is worshipped in a cave or in a grotto. Could the stories of Zeus, Muhammad, and Jesus be evidence that the world's subterranean caverns might be portals that connect us to other realms, as ancient astronaut theories suggest? Perhaps the answer will be found with new cutting-edge technology designed to uncover secrets in cave walls not visible to the naked eye. Santa Monica, California, 2014. Here at X-Ray Studio, visualization artists Brett Downey and Eric Hansen are pioneering the use of photogrammetry and special effects software to assist archaeologists in the global effort to decipher ancient cave art.
We use a combination of techniques from the fields of computational photography and to help the archaeologists reveal information difficult to see just through basic vision.
The team recently traveled to the Red Wing to compile a massive, in-depth photographic compilation of the collection of strange petroglyphs known as the Shaman's Panel.
We were drawn to the primary aspects. One was the rich layering of the anthropomorphic figures, and two was the kind of evocative, surreal nature of their composition.
This cave is maybe like 5 or 6 feet, so by using a photogrammetric technique, we're able to get the detail across the entire thing.
The nice thing about this technique is we can separate the different dyes and minerals that are used, and in this case now we can kind of see the layering expressed. We can see figures that are simply lost by the naked eye.
Yeah, that brings it out. Yeah, it's a complete difference.
Could modern techniques one day uncover even more details about what ancient people really saw and hoped to communicate with rock art? Some ancient astronaut theorists believe one compelling clue that modern researchers might be on the right track can be found, oddly enough, in contemporary America. March 1945. Amazing Stories magazine publishes an article entitled I Remember Lemuria. But according to the author, this is the first piece to appear in a science fiction magazine that is not fiction at all, but an actual account of his own alien abduction.
Richard Shaver was a man who surfaced decades ago with the story of underground entities that were very hostile to the human race. Terrible creatures that would kidnap and kill members of the human race.
They were the first inhabitants of planet Earth.
When the sun became radioactive,
These people could no longer live on the surface. Some left in their spaceships. Others went underground. Could Richard Shaver's account of underground extraterrestrials abducting humans be true? Shaver proposed that the alien race that once populated the Earth had developed highly specialized equipment that allowed them to embed multifaceted imagery into stones. Richard Shaver believed that he had made the greatest discovery in the history of mankind about the true nature of intelligent life on Earth.
this is an original Shaver photograph of a rock book. And this multi-dimensional way of making images in the rock books was something that Shaver saw as a real sign of the superior intelligence of the ancient races. And Shaver believed that these weren't mere rocks with random patterns, that these were actually deliberately manufactured artifacts by ancient races who had been here 30,000, 100,000, who knows how many years ago. But Richard Shaver had actually discovered physical evidence that extraterrestrials had been here on planet Earth and might still be here today. Whether or not Richard Shaver's stories are true, it does dovetail with the legends across this planet of a race of beings that either created humankind or at least our ancestors that had superior technology. When looking at extraterrestrials, ironically, the heavens above might not be the best place to look. Perhaps even be looking deep below our feet. In some ways.